So good morning. Welcome to our first ever Transit Innovation Summit. I am really excited to see so many of you here. I'm Kate Mattice. I'm the Executive Director of the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission. And we really do have an exciting program planned for you today. I am just so delighted to see so many familiar faces. This is one of our first major events in celebrating our 60th anniversary. Which is just crazy to think that NVTC is 60 years old. But we have a lot to celebrate and a lot of things to look forward to in the future. So as I mentioned, we really do have an exciting program for you. And I'm just so delighted, all the panelists that are joining us to share their insights on a whole bunch of different topics, from everything from sort of getting buses moving faster to what's future vision for transit in our region. At lunchtime, we're going to have a wonderfully dynamic speaker in Dr. Bob Schneider for OmniRide. If you guys have ever had the chance, he's an entertaining speaker. I'll just put that out there, and I'm really excited to have that. But before we dive into our program, I would like to introduce NVTC's chair this year, Mr. Matt DeFerenti from Arlington County, who's going to come up and share a little bit more. And so come on up.
Good morning. We've got most everybody. If you're out in the hallway, we're ready to accept you into this room. Welcome to Arlington. Happy to have you here at the George Mason University Arlington campus for what we know will be a great day of learning, sharing, and being energized about the future of transit. You can feel some of the momentum. Perhaps I feel it in part because we addressed some of our short-term metro funding concern, but there's much more to talk about. So NVTC is celebrating 60 years, yes, 60 years, of regional leadership that has made a real difference in public transit in Northern Virginia. So since 1964, we were created by the General Assembly to represent Virginia's interests during the establishment of Metro. NVTC's role has transformed to much, much more, growing and evolving to becoming the premier transit organization in Northern Virginia. We still appoint the Virginia members of the Metro Board of Directors and manage our locality's funding for Metro. But along the way, we founded the Virginia Railway Express. I saw a few pins and a few people here from VRE, and established the first of its kind toll revenue investment program for I-66 and 395/95 that pays for additional transit and commuter options around the region. We do have, and I'll just see if we can do it in one fell swoop. We do have a number of elected officials here. If you could stand and be recognized, if you are an elected official, or if you're on Northern Virginia Transportation Commission's board, please stay standing for just a heartbeat more. And give them a hand. And then breathe a sigh of relief that I did not try to name every one of them. What we're showcasing today, NVTC has established itself as the leader in conducting transit research, and that results in meaningful outcomes for our systems. So 60 years, we dove into the understanding of how people move in our region, how public transit can take cars off the road. I still remember sitting on Braddock Road going to soccer practice when I was in the 4th and 5th grade. We're examining the role of transit in reducing emissions as early as 1973, and we worked on bus rapid transit right in the 1960s, all the way back to the 1960s. Fast forward, we helped our local bus systems integrate with Metro and in the Smart Trip program, something we continue to work on today, as well as coordinating evacuation routes, fare policies, and even how bus routes should create a more efficient and effective network. We've done a ton of work and critical work recently on what a robust transit network means for our region and our state, environmentally, economically, culturally, highlighting the $1.5 billion a year in revenue that helps all Virginians, not to mention the climate benefits of our transit work. Every year, I want you to think about this, our transit networks in Northern Virginia reduce carbon emissions, CO2 emissions, by 120 to 160,000 tons. Tons do not translate easily into my mind, so we did a little math. More than 13 million gallons of gas. I don't know how many times that is filling up your if you have a car, your tank. If you're a visual learner, that's enough gas to completely fill over 132 VRE cars or 305 Metro cars. That's 38 8-car trains every single year. That's a lot of gas that we're saving, working towards climate. So we're looking forward to a great event today. Happy that you're here in Arlington, which is not only the longtime location of NVTC's offices, but I have to say home to 11 of Northern Virginia's 32 Metro rail stations. I'm excited to see familiar faces, new faces. I'd like to recognize our commissioners as we did. I want to thank our friends at DRPT and VDOT for their partnership. We're honored to have everyone join us. It is a day to think, be curious, and learn together. We're looking forward to our panelists. Thank you to you. I want to thank our sponsors. Could not have done it without you. We'll be hearing from some of our platinum sponsors, but I also do want to take a moment to thank Keolis, WSP, Transurban, Virginia Railway Express, Metro, and OmniRide for their platinum sponsorship. Our platinum and gold sponsors have exhibit tables over here along the walls, and we encourage you to visit them during the event and more. Welcome. Thank you. Let's enjoy together. Back to you, Kate.
Right, indeed. Yeah, we are happy to see, and it's great to see some more folks have come in. And just as our chair mentioned, and our transit agencies, of course, are helping the environment. That's something that we hope to do a little bit of here while we are a part of this event. And so in an effort to minimize waste, today's agenda is actually on everybody's table. There's a tent card at the center. And if you want to dive in to get a little bit more, there's a QR code up on the screen that you can get access to event materials. We're also going to be uploading today's presentations along with a video of this event following our today's summit up on novatransit.org on our website. And I also wanted to mention that today's summit panels are registered for AICP credits for all of our planners. You can get up to 3 for being here for the day. So definitely those are great for your professional development continuation credits. And finally, just sort of talking about the way we're going to work things here, there's going to be an opportunity for questions at the end of each panel. And we do love to hear from you. So as you're sitting in those panels and things are popping up, there's going to be a little bit of time at the end. And we have a microphone right over there at the end of the stage. So it's going to be one of those things where you're going to need to be coming up. But our moderators have got this covered. They're going to give you full directions on this. So now we're going to move towards our first event. And look at this. We're already ahead of schedule. I like that. See, this is even better. And so I'd like to welcome our panelists to our first session to come up to this stage. And as we've highlighted, NVTC has done a lot to help our transit systems incorporate new technologies. And there's little doubt that interest is growing in zero emissions, has landed front and center in the world of our transit systems. And our sponsor for this session is the Virginia Railway Express. And we thank them for their generous support of this event and all of their efforts for NVTC's 60th anniversary. As the chair mentioned, NVTC helped found, and now we own directly with PRTC VRE, so they're obviously very near and dear to our hearts. I'd say they're our children, but they're amazing in themselves. So we're forever linked in our history. We're very excited to see what holds. There's a fantastic bit of information out there. They're talking about Saturday service and a lot of great things that are going on there. So finally, let's move on to our zero emission bus panel, which is moderated by our senior program manager, Ann McGrain, as the manager of our transit technology program, and works with our local agencies to advance the region's transition to zero emission bus in a coordinated way. So Ann, I'm going to pass this off to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Kate. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ann McGrain, and today's panel, Scaling Up the Zero-Emission Bus Fleet, will discuss the progress to date on zero-emission buses, or ZEBs, in this region. And I think it might delve into what keeps some of these folks up at night as we transition our region's fleets to zero-emission buses. But before I introduce our panelists and the topic, just as the first panel of the day, I want to take a step back and briefly discuss transit in Northern Virginia for those of you who may be less familiar with our network. And as you can see in the slides behind me, the commission is made up of 6 jurisdictions in Northern Virginia, the counties of Arlington, Fairfax, and Loudoun, as well as the cities of Alexandria, Fairfax, and Falls Church. And then within those 6 jurisdictions, we have our 5 local bus transit agencies. Then we have 2 more regional bus providers, as well as Metro Rail and VRE. And so as you look at the map on the right, it's quickly apparent that our routes of our individual networks intersect to create this region-wide system that provides access to employment, education, entertainment. And a key role for us at MVTC is to really convene and coordinate on these regional transit initiatives so that Northern Virginia's network is a cohesive system that gets people where they need to go when they want to be there. And it's on that note that I shift really to the topic for today, which is our zero-emission bus coordination. So in January of this year, MVTC released its Northern Virginia Zero-Emission Bus Strategic Plan, and this plan identified 6 strategies, each with associated actions that MVTC plans to take to support our local agencies as they undertake the transition. Some of these strategies really reiterate things that MVTC has been doing since well before this year, such as serving as a regional forum for this discussion of these issues. But we also have new ideas that came out of a year-long process of conversations with agency staff and lessons learned from other areas of the country. For example, I'm particularly interested in a feasibility study we're currently doing to identify whether it's operationally and financially feasible for agencies to share on-route chargers in areas where their routes overlap. I think a great benefit of having so many agencies operating in Northern Virginia is that we can learn from each other's experiences, both positive and negative, as we navigate how to implement these new technologies. And so I'm delighted to welcome our 3 panelists here today to share their insights. They represent agencies that have battery electric buses in service and are active members of MVTC's Zero Emission Bus Working Group. So Amy Masrobian is the Director of Zero Emission Vehicles for the Washington Metropolitan Area Transit Authority, leading the strategy and planning for the transformation of Metro's fleet of nearly 1,600 buses to zero emission. Prior to Metro, Amy was a supervisor at the California Public Utilities Commission, a state agency that regulates energy utilities, overseeing the development and implementation of a number of climate and equity policy areas. Amy also worked on utility charging infrastructure programs, electricity rates, and incentives for electric vehicles. Raymond Mui is Chief Infrastructure and Development Officer of the Alexandria Transit Company, known as DASH, in Alexandria, Virginia. DASH operates fixed-route public transit services in the city of Alexandria and surrounding communities with a goal to convert its fleet of 115 buses to 100% zero emissions by 2037. In his role, Raymond oversees several departments of DASH, including planning, finance, and marketing. He also leads all capital programs and the Zero Emissions Fleet Program, leading the largest deployment of battery electric buses in Virginia and one of the largest in the DC metropolitan region. Tom Reynolds is the Maintenance Section Chief in the Transit Services Division at the Fairfax County Department of Transportation. He's responsible for overseeing the maintenance of the Fairfax Connector fleet and the county's transit facilities. The Connector currently has 12 battery electric buses in service under a pilot program. Tom has 39 years of experience in Chicago, Des Moines, Charlotte, Harrisburg, PA, and just across the river with the DC Circulator. His interest in clean technologies began with the Chicago Transit Authority's fuel cell bus demonstration in 1996. And since then, he has been involved with hybrid technologies and other clean fuels. He also spent 20 years as an elected official in local government. So with that, I'll turn it over to each panelist for a brief overview of their service, starting with Amy. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Anne, for that introduction. So I'm Amy Masrobian. I'm the director of the Zero Emission Vehicles Strategy and Planning team at Metro. So as you may all be familiar, Metro provides bus, rail, and paratransit service across the Virginia, Maryland, and DC region. We have almost 1,600 buses across our fleet, with our first 2 battery electric buses in service right now. We have board-adopted goals at Metro to purchase only zero-emission buses starting in 2027 and transition our entire fleet to zero-emission buses by 2042. We completed our first zero-emission bus transition plan in 2023 to set out our strategic plan as an organization to transform our fleet, our facilities, and our internal workforce to support the full zero-emission transition. And right now, we have a lot of projects underway that touch a lot of the different areas that we'll talk about throughout the panel, of all of the different pieces that we need to coordinate as we think about this transition to the buses. So not only the vehicles, but the charging equipment and the workforce and the strategic planning to tie things together. So we do have our first 2 battery electric buses in service. That's part of our first phase of deployment. So I'll give a little bit of an overview of what our first phase of deployment looks like, and then talk a bit about how we are moving up and scaling up beyond that. So in the photos you can see here on the right, there's a picture of one of our battery electric buses, and there it's charging. And the technology that we've chosen to use for our first deployment is overhead pantograph charging. So you can see in the photo the red little arm that's coming down to touch the bus. That's the pantograph that's charging the bus. So that's the technology that we are testing out for charging. And then the photo on the left shows our charging cabinets that have been installed there. And so we've been installing not only that the charging equipment itself, but all of the structural and electrical infrastructure that's needed to support that, which is a significant undertaking as well. So this first phase of our zero-emission bus deployments is running out of one of our bus divisions in Washington, D.C. We have 12 buses on order. 2 are in revenue service right now. An additional 2 we've just received, and then we're waiting for the additional ones to arrive as well. So we're excited to start building this program out and getting the lessons learned. And so this initial deployment is really helping us think through how we're going to scale up. So we have a number of additional projects on the way to help with that scale up. We have bus procurements underway. We have 3 facilities in different stages of design and construction that are underway right now. And when those 3 facilities reopen, they'll have the space for 400 battery electric buses. So it's really a significant number of buses that we'll be adding in the next several years, really by 2030. So we're trying to move quickly, scale up quickly, and do things in a coordinated fashion. So there are a few lessons learned that I just wanted to highlight at the beginning. One is that one of the things that we've started to do as we're thinking through this broader transition is think through what are the long-term operational and maintenance requirements for all of these new buses and all of these new facilities. And so as a result of trying to think through that, one thing that we developed is battery electric bus facility design criteria. And these are a set of standard criteria that we're going to apply to all of our different bus garage projects as we build them out, so we can have some consistency in how we're designing facilities. And then when they get turned over to us, we can maintain them a little bit more easily. So we're trying to put that forethought into our plans and our designs and our construction to set us up for success in the long term. One other thing I want to highlight is that as we've started this transition, one of the challenges that we faced is that there aren't a lot of codes and standards around fire protection for battery electric bus storage. And something as an organization that we undertook was a battery electric bus fire hazard analysis to do a more in-depth analytical study to figure out really what are those risks and what are the best ways to mitigate them in an effective way, so that as we scale up, we're not taking on unnecessary risk that will mitigate our future transition plans. And then I think the final lesson learned I want to share is just I think we're all in this together. Tom, Raymond, Anne, and I, we talk very regularly, and the same thing with other transit agencies throughout the country and throughout the world. I think this is a really exciting time for zero-emission vehicles and zero-emission buses. There's a lot of momentum across the country and across the world right now, but also no one's got it completely figured out. There's no one playbook. And so I think especially in the transit agency, there's just so much emphasis on sharing of information and talking about what's worked well and what the challenges are. I can say for certain that we have benefited so much from hearing about what our colleagues have gone through and making sure that we're folding everyone's lessons learned into our deployment going forward. So really grateful to that, and I will leave it there.
All right, good morning, folks. As mentioned, my name is Raymond Mui. I'm the Chief Infrastructure and Development Officer with DASH. It's always difficult to speak after Amy because it's hard to size up to a modest numbers. So I'll spell out some of our numbers. We, just to give an idea of who we are and what we represent, we serve a population of 155,000 people. We service our service area with about 115 fixed route buses, and we carry about 5 million passengers annually. We do all of that crammed into a service area of 15 square miles. So we do have that to share, but we don't have 10 facilities or however many facilities you have. But we do like to think of ourselves as one of the early adopters of zero emissions battery electric technology in this region and in the Commonwealth. Way back in 2017 or 2018, we've adopted a policy goal, both by our board and by the city, to convert our entire fleet to 100% zero emissions by the year 2037. And an important milestone to that goal is for us to be purchasing all of our new buses to be entirely zero emissions, meaning no more conventional buses by the year 2027, which is right around the corner. So a little bit of our deployment, we have launched out the gate full steam ahead. Starting in 2019, we have done, we started very early and very quickly with feasibility studies, implementation studies for both our facility, our workforce organization, and our infrastructure. And we've worked with many, many partners who we see throughout this room in all steps of the process. And we are incredibly thankful to have many of the folks here as partners with us to help us guide our transition, our conversion, and help us figure it out. As Amy mentioned, a lot of this stuff is undefined, and we as early adopters, we are learning it for the first time ever. And a lot of times we are the ones figuring out how, or at least trying things on what works or what doesn't work. So a little bit about our program. To date, we have deployed 14 battery electric buses. That represents a little less than 14% of our fleet, which is the largest deployment as of now in Virginia, and one of the largest deployments in the DC area. We took a very unique approach because we wanted to approach the zero emissions scene to demonstrate interoperability, to ensure that the technology not only works for us, but it works and is sustainable for the industry. So we took a somewhat of a unique approach of dividing up our fleet approach and dividing up our infrastructure approach. So right off the bat, every single procurement we have had of battery electric buses, we've always split in half with 2 different manufacturers at least. So the 14 buses we have now, they're split between Proterra and New Flyer, and we've even taken that approach down to the charger and infrastructure level. We gave one half of our current infrastructure deployment to New Flyer, ABB, the other half to Proterra, and we gave our initial deployment one goal. We want to see interoperability. We want to see the standards work. We want to see the SAE standards proven. And we want for this to serve as a solid baseline for when we do convert in masses and when we do convert and when we do scale up our fleet, carrying us from 14% to 100% conversion. So to this date, we have a lot of successes. We also have a lot of challenges. Part of the program, we were hopeful to see true interoperability. We were hopeful to see standards that were adopted or implemented well enough so we can take any bus and plug it into any charger and see success. So we've found and encountered a lot of lessons learned to that. It doesn't work as well as the brochure says. It doesn't work as oftentimes as much as the OEMs or the salespeople will tell you. And so we take all of the feedback and we grab all of our vendors and our partners and we sit them down and say, here's what you guys succeeded. Here are the gaps. This is great, but we got to work on this. or else we don't work on this and we don't address it, if not for us, then for the rest of the industry, we're going to have a lot of issues moving forward and converting the massive schools. We're not thinking about this in as far as a 6 or 14 bus deployment. We are thinking about this as a fleet-wide deployment, dozens, if not hundreds of buses, and that is equally as important for us as it is for the rest of the industry. So a lot of lessons learned. I think we'll discuss. We'll chat about that. But we have a lot of stuff coming up over the horizon too. We've always been saying we're one of the largest deployments in Virginia, but realize that Tom and Amy are sneaking up right on our behind, so we gotta kick it up. Currently, to this day, we are building a new facility, utilizing a lot of our lessons learned, the stuff we learned about charters, the stuff we learned about operations, the stuff we learned about the standards, and just overall how to deploy these buses. We are implementing a lot of our lessons learned into our new facility, which we are currently in the process of getting built. And it will serve as, I think, the region's first, or aside from Amy's stuff, at least one of our first battery electric bus purpose-built charging yards. And as of now, we have, I believe, 27 additional battery electric buses fully funded and coming over the horizon. 15 of those are currently under procurement. So trying to stay ahead, but it's good that we have company. And then we're also implementing technology too. We're implementing technology to help us help us support deployment of this technology in masses. It's simple enough when we have 4, 5, 6 buses. It's easy enough to do almost manually, but we are now deploying smart charge management technology, smart charging technology, and dispatch assistance technology to help us make the best use of our battery electric buses. And for a lot of folks that we have who are good at, and they figured out how to deploy and run service with conventional buses, a lot of those skills and processes and skill sets have to be relearned. It is very different to deploy and meet service with battery electric buses. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning. Happy Father's Day. Happy Flag Day. It's also my father's birthday, rest his soul, but glad to be here. I think I don't want to happen to age before beauty, but I am the last speaker here. Obviously, I have one of the two. You can guess which one that is. But I am older than NVTC, but I'm very happy to be here and still. And I think my perspective is looking back over my career and probably what NVTC has done over the years. It kind of inspired me to have a theme about time and money. And I'm not here to gripe about money that we all need to have to make this happen, maybe a little bit later in the presentation. But what I want to do is talk from what I've learned over the years. And it's really boiled down to a lot of time and money. I really did get involved and interested in lower emissions with the CTA's first fuel cell bus that fizzled out after a couple years because it didn't have enough money and it needed a lot more time. But my real interest got into lowering bus emissions when I was way back when doing some legislative work for the Chicago Transit Authority to looking at the Clean Air Amendments of 1990. And of course, I was there in the 80s. We had to do a lot of analysis there. So I'm looking at what I've been interested over the years in reducing diesel bus emissions. And of course, a lot of things happened with low sulfur fuel, particulate traps, the NOx reduction technology, CNG, hybrids, of course. Very interested in how that could have helped us back at the CTA. It didn't pan out to my expectations of what was necessary, but the industry, working under the federal regulations for the heavy-duty urban bus requirements for engine emissions, really did a lot of work. But it took time and money to do that. And here we are, just a few years ago, diesel buses, don't laugh at me, are much cleaner than what they were before when I started out in transit. But a lot of the emissions, NOx, particulate matter, all those things were very, very important for the transit agencies to actually reduce. But when we got to this point where it was very clean, someone decided to bring up greenhouse gases. And I'm like, oh, well, the engines don't help with that, and you probably put a lot more engine companies out of business if we had to do that. So then there was the promise of battery electric technology, which was great, but I'm going to say it's something that's going to, again, take time and money. And when I get to that, you can all join in when we talk about time and money. But it's just the whole idea that how do we get there? You know, I should probably hit a, there you go, thank you. That is all about, I'm not going to spend too much on our pilot. There's a lot of good information there. We had struggled. We are in third place, we'll say, in terms of our implementation of a pilot. And my advice to anybody, if there is another pandemic, don't order any buses during that time, because we had a lot of difficulties trying to get those buses out of that bus manufacturer. They were having the same problems that we were having, and even more in terms of getting people to work and do their job. And thankfully, they finally did get us to the point of getting us 8 and then another 4 buses. We are going to do exactly what Raymond had talked about in getting another manufacturer and see how one manufacturer's technology works against another's. So, and hopefully we'll pick the better of the two. I'm sure we will. It's just a good decision to do. But in order to go beyond the pilot, we really, and each one of us has done this, we've come along and mapped out our plan for the future. And that's what's called a zero-emission bus transition plan. It is required by the federal government to get certain funds like the Low-No grant application that the FTA has, but it's also a very useful tool to show to our leaders, to show to other people, this is how we're going to get there, okay? Now, I know Amy's agency and Raymond's done, they've published that. Ours is actually done, but I'm going to say I can't talk much about it because it's going to go to our board before we do that. And of course, that's what you guys all did too. So I'm not going to give out any figures or anything like that. It's just a bunch of things that will just go one ear and out the other. But what I want to talk about is what we had to really think about in terms of getting us to what the county calls the road to zero. And it does come along with what Amy said about the whole idea of that, even though I've had some experience with Proterra buses at the DC Circulator, which, by the way, are still running. I've seen those just recently. There's a lot of research, and you have to rely on other transit agencies. You have to rely on consultants. I'm not going to name them here, but there are a number here that have that extra knowledge that can help not only inform us, but build that transition plan. So working with our consultants, not only on the transition plan, but of course on our BRT service in the future, which will be powered by battery electric buses, we learned a lot of things that we need to address. And it's going to take time and money, okay? So let me just go down a couple of those real quick. First of all, to run battery electric buses, you're going to need power. Well, I'm going to say there's a positive note here, because we've all worked with Dominion Energy, and they have set up a separate department that works with entities that want to charge their vehicles with their electricity. So that's very promising. It's always been told to us in our research, you better start talking to the utility companies right away, because they're the ones that can help you get the power there. And they can. In just a couple of years, they can get the power. And you think it costs money? Yes and no, because they have this interesting concept that they calculate how much extra power you're going to use to charge your buses. And they turn that into credit. And that helps pay for the infrastructure they need. But be careful, there's fine print. It doesn't cover all the costs. So just to let you know that. So that's a positive. But the rest of what I'm going to talk about is pretty much a concern. Okay, so you get the power to your facility, and it's kind of like a dog running after a car. What does the dog do when it catches the car, right? No one ever knows. At least I don't know. So you get the power there. You, in turn, have to have the facilities to actually transfer that power from their side of the fence to your side of the fence to the bus, okay? And in our transition plan research and learning, that takes a number of years if you want to go up to a larger scale purchase and deployment of vehicles. Amy had some great pictures of the pantograph. That's only going to serve the 12, but just think of what it would be to outfit a whole garage of 80, 100, or whatever you may have in your larger garages. That's a lot of money, and it takes a lot of time to go through design. And you do a design, a bid, and a build. So it's going to take years to get there. In the meantime, we're going to buy smaller amounts of buses just to kind of start building up our fleet and building up our knowledge. So we've got power, we've got facilities. Let's go to actual buses. Right now, over the last 3 years or even less, the battery electric bus industry has constricted. There's really only 2 bus manufacturers left. 3 of them just left in, well, I'm going to say in the last year or 2. One just retreated back to Canada. One had its bankruptcy. The other one was bought out and said, we're not even going to try to deal with this stuff. But so right now, even if we started having the power, the facilities, and we all started doing a mass purchase of battery electric buses, I'm going to say the 2 remaining bus manufacturers would be swamped. Now let's talk about everybody else that wants battery electric buses. That's going to be a real issue. So big concern on that one. So we have power, facilities, buses. Let's talk about people. People are probably the most important part of making this next to time and money, okay? I participate on a national renewable laboratory, energy laboratory transit users group. And just yesterday we were talking about the impacts of what transit agencies need to do to develop that workforce. And technically it's not just the technicians or the mechanics that need to learn about a whole new propulsion technology. It's the operators, it's the management that has to know what their workforce is doing. And also, it's having, we'll say, the facilities people to actually repair those chargers. I'm going to say we could probably tell a little bit of, I won't call them nightmare stories, but there are problems with chargers. They're not that great, and it's important to have a charger to keep your buses going. Right now, we're relying on those vendors. You know, probably what we need to do is train our own people to fix our own chargers and get better service on those. But it's something that's got to evolve over time. So again, power, facilities, buses, workforce. Now, I'm going to go back to time and money. That's going to take a lot of time to do. You know, Amy, if you look in your transition plan, you've got, what, 8, 10 garages, and you got that all laid out. And we'll have that smaller little 3-garage red line timeline and stuff like this in the future. But it's not going to be easy, and you need money. And let me just tell you a little bit. The federal government is, of course, here to help. But again, the federal government is not going to pay for all of it. At a recent American Public Transit Association conference, one of my staff people went there, great experience, learned a lot. The FTA was there, and they said this year's low-no grant applications, there was 555 applications. They totaled up to $8 billion worth of requests. The FTA had $1.9 billion. Now that's a lot of money, but there's a much greater demand for what everybody across the country is doing. And what I guess I would leave, one of my parting shots is to this group, because, you know, I heard your great remarks, and I'm really happy that I get involved with your staff and working a lot of the transit and bicycle projects that we have out there. That other 7 point whatever it is got to come from someone else other than the federal government. So this is my griping about money. But it's just the whole idea that it's got to put a lot of thought in people's mind, our leaders' minds, of how this is going to happen with everything else that's going on. I haven't been a county board member or a transit agency board member. I was an elected official in my village where my kids grew up. And at that small level, a lot of pain of what we had to do for the residents that we represent. And I'm not even going to get into politics, but again, hopefully the thoughts that I'm giving you are good. I do want to put a plug out there for what Ann is doing with us, because this is the type of collaboration that we need to have to help each other to do the things that we can accomplish. So thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, magic. Okay, so we're switching to the conversational aspect of our panel. So just so everyone knows, I'll be moderating questions, but I will leave time at the end for the audience questions, and I'll let you know when that comes up. I really appreciate all the intros, because I think you hit on my comment that you're going to mention some of the things that keep us up at night. And so thank you for not making me a liar there. That was covered. But the first question I have, and we touched on it a little bit, but I think it's important to talk about it a bit more, is just, are there misconceptions that you hear about zero-emission buses that you'd like to clear up? And for me, one thing that comes into mind, and I think it's kind of been mentioned a little bit, is that you buy the buses, you buy the chargers. If you solve that money problem, you're done. And the reality is that there's all these other aspects of fleet operations and maintenance that need to be considered in the transition. So I was just wondering what you all think about that, and whoever wants to go first, go for it.
I can start. So yeah, I think that's a great point, Anne, just about all of the pieces that really need to line up. I think as an organization, there's a lot of coordination that needs to take place both internally and externally. I'll start with the internal first. So as an organization, because what we're doing touches facilities, new charging equipment, buses, software, there's so many pretty much every department throughout our organization is significantly impacted in some way by this shift in technology types. And so internally, we've had to create structures so that we can coordinate at different levels throughout the organization to make decisions, to come together, to get all of the right information pulled together, and to make sure that, when we're buying buses on one schedule, we're making sure how it impacts, facility construction over here, and we're tying all these pieces together, and these individual pieces aren't happening in silos. So that's kind of the internal part. And then externally, there's a lot of coordination that needs to happen externally as well. So it's with our vendors, it's with our utilities, and even it's across vendors. So I think one of the lessons learned from transit agencies who had like Raymond and others who had deployed things earlier was, when there's an issue with a bus not charging, sometimes it's the bus in the OEM, bus and charger OEMs pointing fingers at one another. And so you really need to have everyone together looking at things as part of a system. So one thing that we've started to do, like in our most recent contracts for charging equipment, is we required the charging equipment vendor to coordinate with our vendor that's doing the electrical infrastructure install at our site, and we require them to coordinate as part of our safety process and provide us certain documentation. And so as we learn what those pain points are, we're trying to require some additional coordination to make sure that things are viewed as this whole ecosystem.
I'll offer a little bit of a contrasting response. So I'll say that for us, and especially in contrast to Amy and Tom here, there's likely not a one-size-fits-all approach to how to implement battery electric buses. We think, for example, we did things a little uniquely. We kind of did things in unconventional orders, and we have different priorities and different pressures and different goals than our peers, and I'm sure many other agencies do as well. So for us, it was all about we need to get off the ground quick. We need to meet a very aggressive timeline, and our approach is we're not going to solve the whole picture before we set our first step. Let's start setting our first steps, and we'll figure it out as we go along. And one of those examples is for example, we didn't involve our utility until after our first employment. We took what is the most we can do off the shelf, from the off the shelf condition, as quickly as possible. So, we had a great energy group at the city and great facility experts, and they've helped us figure out, we can drop in up to 6 chargers and use latently available service without even having to touch the service that's coming into our facility. And as quickly as that, we had procurement tricks. We had good practices to get the equipment, to get them installed, to tap into figuring out what is available and what we can do quickly, and leveraging that. We had chargers installed almost overnight, it seems like to us. So, however, we got to the point where we had tapped out and exhausted all of our existing service, and that is the point. Yes, we called our utility and said, hey, look, we are planning to go. We need 3 megawatts by this, 6 megawatts by then, 12 maybe at some point in the future. Help us navigate this. But it is important to build that build that navigation, build that roadmap on how you get there. But for us, we took different steps, and it works. It works to a point, but I think it's going to be unique to each and everyone's particular circumstances.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? All right, thanks. Very interesting comments. I was going to talk a little bit about the myth or the reality of do battery electric vehicles cost less for maintaining? Okay, I'll touch upon that real briefly. It's a difficult situation right now because we're all in our pilot stages. This technology is new. It's not mature yet, much like your Teslas and other cars that are out there. A lot more investment has been spent on the four-wheeled vehicles and on the 10-wheeled vehicles. But anyway, in theory, it should work. And in due time, it will be. But till that point in time, we're still going to be testing. We're still going to be getting our KPIs. But I do want to follow up with what Raymond said is, and it's been mentioned a couple times, it's not one solution fits all. I'm going to say we're the 3 bears in Goldilocks here. Raymond has already mentioned his square mile area that he serves. And of course, Amy has a much greater service area with WMATA, and we'll be the middle guy, but we still have a very large area. And I can agree with Raymond 100% because when I was there, the Proteras at the DC circulator, they ran very well. They ran very long periods of time because we were in a very dense area. The regenerative braking was replenishing a lot of energy back into the energy storage system, and they worked great. But now, and I'm sure Amy's looking at this, is what's going to happen when we in Fairfax or in many of the peripheral areas that you serve, what happens where you're not making those stops as much as you do, and you have a lot hillier terrain, you got higher speeds, and I'm not even going to talk about how drivers drive yet, but we got to work on that. That is a concern that's going to hit us, and we have to be able to deal with that. And it might be shortening our blocks, which are the bus schedules and stuff like this, but we're still learning about what we can do, not only from our own pilot, but from what everybody else does.
And I guess speaking about the pilots, just because we haven't really touched on that yet, how do you find the buses to be performing? And I know some of you call what you're doing pilots, others it's what you're doing. It's not a pilot. It's moving forward. But I'm just curious. Are there things that have surprised you? I know we had an interesting conversation at a previous, I think, a WMATA-led working group of zero-emission buses about, like, electric buses actually do better in the snow. And there's just kind of these interesting things that you learn along the way. So I was wondering if you can either touch on surprises, things that maybe have fallen short of what you expected, or just a general update on how you feel that your battery electric buses are performing.
Carry on. It's taken a lot for us to get. I think we had a availability up there of 88%. But as I mentioned, it's a maturing technology. And to tell you the truth, in some instances, our staff, our management leadership staff that we have at the garage level is teaching the manufacturer more stuff and sometimes it seems that they're teaching us. But we do rely on them for a lot of help. They're still helping us. So it is a tough road to zero for us at this point in time, but we're dedicated to making it work.
So I'll say for us, the buses run. They, they're out there 7 days a week, all day and all night. We give the guidance to our operations team, essentially run them as much as they can, run them into the ground. We want to see these things be the first ones out, the last ones back in, get the most usage out of them. Hence why we are implementing new technologies, computer-aided or dispatch 8 software and charge management and other things to provide visibility and telematics and tools to help our folks be able to better utilize these buses. Now, as far as how they go, how they're performing, it's got its ups and downs. I'd say overall we averaged, all over 5 years of experience running battery electric buses, it's maybe, 60, 70% success, right? Closer to 70% success. There are times when we've had entire subfleets down for various reasons, campaigns, recalls, or what have you, and there are times when every single bus is up and running. We have periods in between. I think those come and go, those go up and down, and it's no different than, not terribly too different than a conventional fleet, and it all depends on the individual luck of a very specific subset of buses that we have, how well or how equipped that particular OEM is able to respond or able to correct any particular issue that's keeping it down. Similar chargers. I think in the last year or two, every single charger has been up more than 90-95% of the time. There have been months or particular portions of years where we've had all of our ABBs down or all of our Patera chargers down due to whatever reason. And hence why we tout our approach. We divide all of our eggs. We don't put them in one basket. So our maintenance folks can come and say, oh my gosh, all of our ABB chargers are down. But at the least we can say that may be the case, but we'll hopefully never be in a situation where we can say every single one of our chargers are down. When our ABBs are down, we take those buses and we lifeboat them on the Patera chargers and vice versa. But I'd say it's mostly positive, and it's not a consistent experience, and it's going to have and we've been seeing ups and downs.
And for Metro, I'll say we put our first 2 battery electric buses into service in November of last year. So we've had a little over 6 months of experience. When we first put them into service, one of the buses had an issue. It needed a new part that got changed out. One of the chargers needed new software that got addressed. Once those initial things were addressed, knock on wood, things have been going really well since that point in time. The buses are available, the chargers are available, and they have been working interoperably. So that's been going well so far. So for the first two buses that we have, they're 60-foot articulated buses. They go out in the morning for about 3 to 5 hours, come back for a midday charge, and then go out for another 5 to 6 hours in the evening. And like Raymond was saying, one thing that we're trying to do too is try to identify longer blocks and routes that we can put those buses on to further test out that range and get that information as well to help us understand our scale up a little better. Just one like little example I wanted to highlight is before even getting to the point of starting revenue service, one entirely new process that we had to develop was the charger commissioning process. Chargers are an entirely new asset for the organization, and so we had to figure out, beyond what the manufacturer does when they come on site and do their installation, what other tests do we need to do? And so we wrote out specific test scripts to test the functionality of the chargers. We had specific tests meant to test the safety features of the chargers and make sure those were all working correctly. And that all happened before we started revenue service. So we had to build in this several-week test period before we went to revenue service to make sure we got all those checks complete and made sure that we were comfortable launching with this a system where all the equipment was functioning as designed and functioning safely. So just thinking through those additional pieces that need to happen are something that's helpful that we'll keep kind of iterating on.
Thank you. Raymond, you've mentioned charge management systems a few times now, and I realize we have a diverse audience of kind of knowledge around zero-emission buses. I was wondering if you could just go into a bit more detail about charge management and how it works and why it's beneficial for larger fleet expansions.
Yeah, sure thing. So we currently have 6 depot chargers that's hooked up to 12 dispensers. And right now we have almost no visibility to how they perform. We get no telematics out of them, mainly because we tapped our chargers are tapped into our service behind the meter. So it's running out of the same meter that's powering our whole building. So we don't have a precise way of one, even figuring out exactly how much energy we're dispensing through the chargers. And beyond that, there's no way for us to manage the performance of the chargers. So it's almost like if we have 10 iPhones plugged into 10 outlets in the wall, they're just going to charge full blast. And if we say, we want to, there's the idea of, as we scale up and as we charge in masses, we want to manage the charging so that, let's say we have 10 buses plugged up, but we have all night to charge them and you don't have to charge them all at one time in a full blast. There are ways to manage the charging of those buses so that we avoid peak loads and we avoid ultimately how much service we're bringing to our infrastructure. That is a function that is far beyond, it's far beyond the expectation to manage manually. So especially as we scale up, we're going to implement and hopefully find success in technologies, charge management technologies, to help us automatically regulate the charging of buses when we hook up more than 10 and more than 20 buses at a time, and have it be a lot more of a hands-off process for the individuals who are physically connecting the buses. They can cycle the buses, and we still expect them to cycle the buses and hook them up and get them physically connected to the charger. But once they're connected, a charge management system will help you automatically distribute the charge and help you minimize your overall costs and still make sure that all of your buses are charged to the point when they're ready to be deployed for service when they're needed.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and it also it minimizes the load that you might need to bring into your facility too, right? Like if you're charging everything at the same time, you might need a ton of power, whereas you might be able to step that down a little bit if you're managing in a very thoughtful way. So we've spent a lot of time talking about battery electric buses because that's what everyone up here has, but what role do you see for hydrogen as a zero-emission bus type in the region, or even also more generally, how are you evaluating new technologies for inclusion?
Yeah, I'll start. So for Metro, all of our goals are technology neutral. They're focused on zero emission buses with no tailpipe emissions. So yeah, our first deployments are going to be battery electric buses. We started looking at concepts for supporting fuel cell electric buses as part of our zero emission bus transition plan. And for each of our facilities, we kind of evaluated, what would it look like both from a battery electric and a fuel cell electric bus standpoint. So we'll continue to keep doing analysis. I think for our region, a few things for us to consider is what's the supply of hydrogen. Some of the larger hydrogen production facilities are quite far from this region, and so that requires trucking things in. So are there efforts that are going to come along to bring that supply more locally, and maybe can it be done in a way that from other sources that can overall lower the GHG emissions profile of that delivered hydrogen. So I think the source, and then just overall, we're going to continue to evaluate the cost of the delivered hydrogen as well, to understand what the implications would be for running a fleet on hydrogen. So maybe to go back to Tom's point on time and money, no matter the technology, this whole transition to zero emission buses is going to be really expensive. When we did our transition plan and we looked at battery electric buses, which we thought was the more cost effective technology at the time, we were looking at a total cost of about $2.3 billion in incremental cost to transition our fleet and our facilities over. And so that's going to be a really important consideration as well.
Yeah, fuel cells do have a place in the future. It took a little time from 1996 for that technology to develop, but it's coming out. Mostly the California properties, because of the state mandates there, they've gone a lot further than what the rest of the country has. But one of the things that Amy did bring up is the fact of where the heck is your hydrogen supply going to come from? Hydrogen's all around us, but it's got to be compressed, cooled, and liquefied and get transported far distances for us to utilize it. So what we're hoping that distance gets shortened a little bit, because, again, the federal government threw out $8 billion throughout the country for regions to develop a hydrogen supply chain or infrastructure. I won't call it a pipeline, but to have that available throughout the country to actually help us transit properties to adopt that technology. The other good thing about the fuel cells is that they have right now a longer range than the battery electric buses. So that is a future that at the county, Fairfax County, we've considered that. And we have also looked at least one of our facilities that may have the space for the setbacks and the other safety requirements that you have for the storage and distribution of hydrogen. So it is an answer for us in the future, I'm going to say.
And I'll add, if you probably noticed, we are intentionally calling our program the Zero Emissions Fleet Program because we don't entirely want to shut the door out on hydrogen. In a nutshell, hydrogen, the pros and cons of hydrogen versus battery electric technology. Battery electric is easier to implement but harder to deploy, and hydrogen is the complete opposite. It is harder to implement, but it's much more deployable. What that means is, if you look at our feasibility study, if we were to take the route of battery electric for our full fleet conversion, there's going to be a point in conversion around 70% or so. Once we get past 70%, we're going to run into a range issue where the technology likely won't be able to meet our service demands. So at that point, we have to do something to overcome that roadblock. Either increase the size of our fleet, replace one conventional bus with 2 battery electric buses, really build up our infrastructure to the point of exponential. And part of that solution could include on-route opportunity charging, or consider something different such as hydrogen. In a perfect world, we wish we can have hydrogen as part of our solution, but unfortunately for us, if for those who are familiar with our facility and our campus and our position in the region is probably the worst thing for hydrogen. We don't have the footprint, we don't have the space, we cannot store, we cannot dispense, and the majority of our fleet is stored in a concrete rigid vault that's full of things that it's just the worst thing for an expandable gas. So it's likely not going to be part of our solution, but we don't want to shut the door on it. But as Tom mentioned, a lot of the West Coast agencies are gotten to that point because they've started the zero emissions game a lot earlier than us, so they're further progressed. And as they're further progressing in scale deployment, they're realizing, hey, battery electric may not carry the entirety of the way of conversion. Hydrogen could potentially have a place to fill that gap.
And I think too, and then I'll let you get your part. I think too, really important just to note that I think we all are looking to Montgomery County, which is doing a hydrogen deployment. And so that will be a really good use case in our region to learn from. So we definitely, this is a very Northern Virginia focused conversation, but don't want to forget about a lot of good work that's happening in Maryland that really gets caught in the larger full DC region conversations about zero emission buses. But Tom, you were going to add something.
Just a short little interesting thing that I've learned today, because when I was dealing with fuel cell buses, I actually worked for the president of the CTA. He said, Tom, go find a place where we can store these buses and fuel them. And as I started learning about it and how potentially dangerous it is in terms of it's under pressure and it's very flammable, I made the recommendation to the upper management. I said, we got to put this in our oldest garage, because if these buses blow up, it's an old garage. I don't want to put it in a new garage. And I'm like, and what did they do? They didn't ever listen to me. They put it in a brand new garage. But I was talking to a gentleman, Suresh, and talking to Suresh, one of our consultants, a gentleman from Baltimore, MTA, said that, yeah, they're thinking about hydrogen, but they're not going to be allowed to run those buses in the tunnels or even, sore spot, the bridges. So because of the potential hazardous or the dangers associated with it, but there, I guess it's that mindset that there's no faith in the technology, because many people have been using CNG and hydrogen throughout the decades, and nothing disastrous has happened. Yes, something could happen, but to have that type of mindset really hinders the progress of using that technology.
So I'm going to ask one more question, and then I do want to open it up to audience questions, so be thinking about it, and a reminder that the microphone's over there, so if it's, we can form a line if need be. But my final question is just, what are some external risks that you see as potentially impacting your transition timelines? Or just, are there challenges that we haven't yet discussed that you really think are important to broach at a forum like this?
I feel like Tom's really covered that with the time and money piece, and also kind of on the bus side, the vendor supply. I think one of the other external risks that we're trying to mitigate right now is the long lead times on procuring charging equipment or other electrical infrastructure. So sometimes this equipment and infrastructure can have 2+ years lead time from the time you place an order to get it delivered. And so that's not even factoring in, our own procurement timelines and vendor selections and all that kind of stuff. So one of the ways that we're trying to address this as we're building out one of our larger bus garages is trying to get as much of the design figured out as early as possible so that we can start placing orders for specific pieces of equipment that we need earlier in the process than kind of the rest of the materials, is to start getting that in the works. So that's definitely a challenge that we had faced, especially coming out of COVID and not being able to get equipment. I'll just kind of to give a little anecdote of how we had to deal with this. coming in is for our initial 12 bus deployment, one of the pieces of equipment we had on order was a transformer. And those, even COVID aside, have kind of long lead times for them. And so we weren't going to get our transformer anywhere near time. And so we had to figure out a way to use the existing capacity on the transformer for the bus wash at the facility, derate the charging equipment that we had to fit within the capacity of the transformer that we had, and run the chargers on that existing transformer for a period of time until we got our new transformer and could connect our whole array of chargers to that new transformer. So there are workarounds that we can come up with. We're trying to avoid having to do that in the future by being a little bit more strategic in our kind of procurement decisions. But that was one example.
We're at a college, right, university, and I don't know if anybody here is representing the university, but I'm going to say when I talked about workforce development, we are looking at the whole idea of trying to grow our own, transition our diesel mechanics to do electric propulsion. But in other successful areas, like Sunline in Transit has been a very forefront utilizer of zero-emission technologies, and AC Transit in Oakland, they partner with community colleges that normally would have diesel technology courses and curriculum and so forth. We need to change that over to get those educational institutions to start focusing on what the future is, and that's electric propulsion.
Just a handful, but I'll pick on. I'll elaborate on that. I think workforce development. I think the options are really thin. I think we need to develop that and make sure there's a robust network of workforce development and training that's available. The West Coast, if you haven't heard yet, they are creating I don't know what's called, West Coast Zero Emissions Bus Training Center of Excellence or something like that. We need an East Coast version of that. The trainings that I think that are available to us now as of today are primarily OEM based, and then maybe a few courses through the Transit Workforce Center, but it's very thin. We are relying a lot on almost entirely on OEM based training, but we need to get to a point where we can create a sustainable pipeline of talent. Not just a conversion of legacy workforce, but to create and identify what is the proper pipeline of new workforce and your future workforce that's going to be appropriate to sustain and support a zero emissions fleet. And right now, it's not well defined what that should look like. The focus so far has been, how do we train up and upskill the existing workforce, which is an important piece of the puzzle, but we also need to be thinking about the future as well. How do we, what does future routine recruitment is going to look like, and where do we find those skills? What should they come from? What should they look like? What should they bring with them?
Great. Thank you, everyone. This has been a great conversation. I do want to give time for audience questions. But if there are no audience questions, I have more questions, so I can just fill up this time. And if you can introduce yourself and where you're from, agency-wise.
Hi, everyone. This was a really great panel. Thank you so much. I'm Jen Monaco with the Department of Rail and Public Transportation. I just thought this, you're talking a lot about the challenges of deploying quickly, the costs. I thought this would be a great opportunity for you guys to sort of make the case of why it's important to stick to your aggressive timelines in the context of other transit priorities and then other priorities that elected officials have. Thank you.
Whoever wants to go first or take it.
Yeah, so, I think it's important to acknowledge that first, we overall probably all want to just highlight the benefits of transit in general and make sure that there is a really strong emphasis on transit. And zero-emission buses just really bring that much more benefits to the region for transit. So I think we're all doing this. I think for the same reasons. We're adopting this new technology not because it's easy, but it's getting the region in the broader world really to where we all want to get to. So I think also at Metro, we've kind of laid out a plan for how to get to our goals. We're trying to implement on all fronts to get all of the coordinated pieces together to keep pushing forward. And you know, for at least the projects that we have to start off the transition that we have funding for, we're going to keep moving on all those projects as quickly as possible. And we're really excited to start really scaling up and really getting into more of that deployment and implementation experience. And then I think, you know, for all of us, it's just continuing to have that regional coordination and continue to identify ways that we all can help one another and we all can help the region move forward in the same direction.
And I actually might jump in too and say, I think one thing you hear about a lot too is the rider experience is really nice on a zero emission bus. It's quiet. You can like talk to a fellow passenger who you might be, you know, there are very nice things about a battery electric bus in particular that I think just make the experience of riding and even driving a transit bus better. But
Yeah, we have communities that fight over you know, the presence of a zero emissions bus, and unfortunately for us, we don't marry them to any particular route. We send them wherever we can. So I think there's definitely incredibly strong local quality of life improvement, both to riders and non-riders, and it's to the point where we have neighborhoods and communities that fight over them, and they want to see more of it.
I'm going to say Fairfax County is, and in my presentation, I put a little trailer there about the overall goal of the county to be greener, to lower greenhouse gases. And it is a big initiative that's coming down from the board, and it's a good thing to do. I think as our initiative is lagging a little bit behind what you all did, but I think it's important that we maintain our efforts to help meet those county goals. But then, as I noted in my talk a little bit earlier, I was an elected official, and it's always tough to say we have all these priorities, but where are we going to put our money? And, you know, when it's a transit agency, everybody focuses on transit, but we're part of a county, and there's a lot of other quality of life issues out there. So my recommendation, at least as a soldier in the staff level type of position, is we've got to educate our leaders as best as possible so they can make the good decisions compared to all the other things that they have to talk about.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Julian Bautista Rojas with Nelson Nygaard Consulting, and so I grew up outside of the United States for the most part of my life, and I'm always trying to mash up how things are done outside of the States with, you know, planning in the U.S. And so, you know, when you think of international cases, you seemingly you can see like huge scale up real quickly, and you know, you have Bogota, you have Santiago, Chile, you have China, and, you know, multiple cases where you can see, you know, hundreds of buses deployed at a time, or thousands in some cases. And so my question to you all, you're in the forefront, like, you know, facing challenges all the time. My question is, what's that one missing ingredient that you need for it to come to the mix so that you could get that deployment? Is it the change of mindset? Is it money? Is it time? Is it better consultants? I don't know. Like, where does the help come from? Like, what is that flip of the
You have any recommendations on consultants? Let me just take this. You that was a great question. Every week I get this newsletter. It's called Sustainable Bus. And you hit it on the money, is that you look at what's happening in South America, you look at what happened in other parts of Asia, and you look at what Europe is doing. They're talking about much larger deployments of battery electric buses and fuel cell buses. And frankly, I'm jealous of that. I look at that and I'm going, why can't we do it? But there is a good answer, because those countries have a much higher degree of acceptance of transit, okay? You can build a light rail line in France like quicker than we could probably build a parking garage or a regular garage or buy a electric bus these days. But it's just that mindset that those countries know what's good for them. And we're tied to cars. That's been my whole life. But that does have to change, and it's going to change a little bit with the quality of life, the air pollution issues, and so forth. It's just going to take. There you go. Thank you.
Raymond?
I'll say part of the answer to that question is likely the same answer to why there are only 2 bus manufacturers currently in the U.S. And I'll tell you, it is not a matter of demand. The demand is definitely there. But why is there an off balance of demand and seemingly no supply? I don't think it's a straight cut, simple one-line answer, but I think that's going to be the source of why is it difficult for us to deploy in masses here. We deploy, 10, 20 buses, and it's a big deal for us. But, other parts in the world, they're doing it by the tens of thousands. I think a lot of it does have to come down to cultural acceptance of transit as a mode. But I think part of that answer is likely the same answer to why are there only 2? Why is the supply so limited here? And why is it difficult for us to even get what we are able to try to, implement?
Amy, I do want you to have the final word. If you have thoughts, I'll note that we are at time. We just took that early start and we just plowed through it. So if you have any final comments on that.
I'll just say there is no easy answer, I think. There's not one singular thing that would make this transition faster for all of us. The money has to be there. That's kind of the floor. We for certain need that, but there's so many other pieces in this this transition is so complex that it's really aligning everything and getting the workforce training, the infrastructure, the buses, getting all that lined up. That I think is the biggest challenge right now.
Well, thank you so much for all of you for joining us today, and hopefully we gave you some interesting insights on zero-emission buses, so thank you.
So I was going to say I knew it was so fabulous starting early, and the wonderful thing is there's going to be some nice little networking breaks and lunchtime to continue these conversations. All in this together is really a big part of what we do here at NVTC. A lot of the work we're doing is looking at regional. And so I just sit there, this warms my heart because a lot of the great work Anne's doing as well as a number of our program managers are doing is everything about bringing those best practices and sharing, which is just fantastic. So we are going to have a fun little transit trivia activity. It's not going to take up your whole break, but it's going to be a ton of fun. But before that, I think, Bob Schneider, you're going to come up and tell us a little bit about OmniRide as one of our platinum sponsors. And then we're going to go and have a little bit of fun. So don't go anywhere yet.
All right, as part of my commitment to not standing between you, trivia, and coffee. OmniRide, we are Omni and a ride. We are also known as PRTC, the Potomac and Rappahannock Transportation Commission, and my table knows this. We have service on neither the... Thank you, yes, we have service on neither the Potomac nor the Rappahannock. That's just who we are. But we are local services in Prince William County. We just had our first major service redesign this past Monday, so we're still dealing with the bumps and warts from all of that exciting stuff. But we also provide long-haul commuter services from as far as below Fredericksburg. So it's about 45 miles south of here, and all the way out to Haymarket, which is about 35 miles south of here. You can walk out front and catch a bus that will take you all the way out to where you can see the literal mountains. And not like that one weird mountain in Reston, but like the actual mountains. So rather than spend a lot of other time talking about services, because you have to make a decision whether you stay after lunch, and I'm your keynote speaker. So rather than stepping on the other things I'm going to talk about, I just want to remind you of one really important thing when it comes to transit. The Dunning-Kruger effect, as concluded by the study done by David Dunning and Justin Kruger, is the cognitive bias whereby people with low ability at a task overestimate their ability. Like, I'm going to take the word of a bunch of psychologists. We're the professionals. This is our day. It's for us. Enjoy it. Have fun. Realize that we're a lot of subject matter experts, and there's other people in here that aren't. Find out who isn't. Find out who is. Shake a hand. Get to know somebody. We're all sitting at tables with people we know. Please branch out. Take some time. Get to know someone you don't. Exchange a business card. Have a cup of coffee, and enjoy the time you spend together. Thank you.
So the joke is that Bob and I are commission cousins, right? I always have to have them at events because they're a lot of fun. So definitely some fun stuff to look forward to. But we do appreciate OmniRide and their platinum sponsorship. So now, just a little bit of fun. On your tables is a little card, and soon on the screen will be a QR code. But I'm going to turn it over to Alan Fye and Daniel Nickelbein, who are going to give you through this transit. I mean, let me tell you, this is pretty hardcore stuff. There's no betting allowed. But I'm telling you, I know this crowd, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun with this. So, all right, I'm going to hand it over to you guys.
I can hear myself. I don't know if you can hear me. You're not on. I will project until we get on for a moment. So, perfect. Transit trivia, get lined up. We're going to see your names start to pop up in the next minute. Oh, there we go. Now I don't have to yell. We're going to see names start to pop up on the screen as you go in there. We've got some really cool questions to think about today, answer some. I'm a self-professed transit nerd, so I will be happy to join all the rest of you with this. So, oh, wow, lots of people are joining. Excellent. Great. So we're going to jump into this in just a minute, give folks another couple seconds to get logged in. Instructions are on the table as well, and then we're going to jump right in. This is going to be a multiple choice as we go through here to try to figure out how good your knowledge is of transit in Northern Virginia. So give a couple more seconds. Folks are coming in. There are a lot more names popping up. All right, we're getting there. I know I'm standing between you and coffee, so we'll keep this going along. All right, Daniel, are we ready to go to our first question? This is an easy one. When was MVTC created? I'll stand here and try to block what's right here behind me, but when were we created? 60 years, really exciting this year. This is the easy one. Make sure everybody gets at least one right. Then we're going to get to some of a little bit of the harder ones. So it's counting down, a couple more seconds. All right. Okay, I'll move aside so you can cheat a little bit there. You quick back. There we go. Oh. Somebody had to be the obstructionist. Somebody had to be a little snarky and put some other numbers in. That's quite all right. We were created in 1964. We've been around for 60 years. This event today is part of our 60th celebration. There'll be more events to come the rest of the year. MVTC has been really pivotal in making sure that we talk about transits. We're the premier experts of transit here in Northern Virginia. We've been around since the very beginning, since we were planning metro lines to run through Virginia and Alexandria and all of our partners here. So a lot of work we've done in the last 60 years and a lot more work to do going forward. All right, we're going to move on to our next question. Which metro line was the first one to open in Virginia? Anybody's seen some of our different story maps that we have at MVTC, you'll have seen some really cool maps that we've created over time that shows a really cool graph of each one of those lines adding in on the metro system over time. So I didn't know this one at first either. I was like, oh, I thought it was a different line, but we'll find out in just a second. Which one do you think it is? Oh, all right. It is the blue line. So the blue line was the first one to open up, 6 stations that ran from Stadium Armory over to the airport. Go down to National Airport, that's why there's those 3 tracks there. It used to be the end of the line station, a little bit of giveaway, so really exciting stuff. All right, next. The first exclusive bus facility on an American urban highway opened in Northern Virginia in 1969. What was it called? And needless to say, NVTC was part of it. All right. People have been reading our website. This is good. Shirley Highway Bus Express Lane was created by the Urban Mass Transit Administration, the former organization that later became FTA, partnership between them and Federal Highway and MVTC. Peak service, peak direction on what are now hot lanes nowadays, and we sat through a lot of those hot lanes yesterday, connecting downtown DC, the Pentagon, and Crystal City. All right, next question, Daniel. How many new metro stations have been added to the system in Virginia since 2014? Good answers up there. It's a good number, obviously. I know some of our colleagues in DC and Maryland get a little bit jealous about how many stations we've added recently in the last couple of years, but hopefully more to come on both sides of the river as time goes by. All right. And the answer, 12. Most people got that one right. So we had Silver Line Phase 1, we had Silver Line Phase 2, and we can't forget Potomac Yard. A lot of Potomac Yard alumni here in the room that worked hard on that. So 12 new stations. Of course, one includes, I keep talking about Dulles Airport, hit 2 million riders recently, a really, really big accomplishment for Metro on one of the farther out stations, but really successful station. All right, next question, Daniel. How many different transit systems serve the residents of the NVTC district? So I'll give you a little bit of information. The NVTC district is Arlington, Alexandria, Fairfax County, City of Falls Church. Oh my God, I'm going to forget somebody. Loudoun County and City of Fairfax. Can't forget all of them. All right, and here we go. One more second. It is 8. So most of our local systems we have Metro, VRE, ART, Dash, Fairfax Connector, Q, Loudoun County Transit, and our platinum sponsor, OmniRide. They do provide service here in the NVTC district. All right, next question. Excluding Metro, which Northern Virginia transit provider had the highest ridership in 2023 with nearly 9 million riders? Really important because, post-pandemic, transit's been coming back. Bus has been coming back really, really strong. So we've got some really good providers out there. So who hit the 9 million mark last year? All right. Correct. Most people got that. Fairfax Connector hit 9 million riders last year, followed by shortly after that, Dash, which hit over 5 million riders last year. So everybody's moving in the right direction. Metro Bus and Rail, of course, obviously do provide a significant majority of the transit trips, but all of our local providers connecting them into our heavy rail system and VRE are so important. All right, next question. In calendar year 2023, which Northern Virginia Metro station had the highest average ridership of weekday daily rail entries, 7,138. So precise. This one threw me as well. All right, couple more seconds, last couple of seconds to take a guess. Take a shot at it. All right, let's see if everybody got their... Oh, it is Roslyn. I was confused. Everybody assumes it's a Pentagon, but guess what? Roslyn is the only station in Northern Virginia that has 3 lines serving it. I just had to check that a couple minutes ago just to make sure I was right and couldn't go by memory. So, good answer. Learning a lot of new stuff here. All right, continuing on. There's only one bus route in the DMV area that travels directly between Maryland and Virginia without touching DC. Which route is that? We're getting really deep into the weeds here. This one's like kind of, oh, maybe it's a guess. I don't know. Couple more seconds. Let's see how many folks get this one right. This one we had to dig down to make sure I was correct on this one. All right. It is the end. Wow, we've got a lot of people know their transit here. They know the NH2. Worked on that project many, many years ago, connecting Old Town Alexandria over to National Harbor across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. And guess what? We're still talking about how to make transit better across that bridge, even right now, and more opportunities to come. All right, next question, Daniel. What year did VRE commuter rail service begin operations? As mentioned earlier, VRE is co-owned by NVTC and PRTC. They've been around for a while. Everybody's turning to look at the VRE table to see if there's anything that's going to give them a hint there that tells them what exactly it is. I don't know if I see a number over there, so you're going to have to dig deep or see how fast people can really Google. All right, last couple seconds. All right, and the answer is, oh, we got it, 1992. Started line June, Manassas line, July, following month, the Fredericksburg line. So if I do some quick math, we have 32 years, I think, if I do my math right. So a lot more to come. And guess what? We're talking about weekend service now, which is really exciting, coming up pretty soon. So stay tuned for that. A big, huge opportunity of growth for VRE. All right, next question, Daniel. What date holds the record for the most number of metro trips taken on a single day? Look at those dates. There's some hints in the dates. And guess what? We're going to be able to hit whatever that record is again at some point. We're working our way there. Transit ridership is going the right direction, especially in Metro. All of our riders going up. So can we get back to what this date is? I think we can. It's only a matter of time. All right, a couple seconds. Let's see, do folks, oh, yes, a significant majority got it. Yes, that was President Obama's first inauguration. Record 1,120,000 Metro rail trips taken that day. So, really good stuff. All right, 2 questions to go. How many VRE commuter rail stations are located in Virginia? Joe, Karen, you can't answer this one. So lots of them out there. Again, weekend service coming soon. Lots of good stuff going on out there with VRE. Maybe one day we'll get to connect over into Maryland. That's something I know everybody's working on. So lots of opportunity out there with our commuter railroad, especially thanks to our partners at the Commonwealth. All right. How many is it? Answer is 17. So there's 6 on the Manassas line, 9 on the Fredericksburg line, and then we have 2 shared stations a little bit closer in Alexandria and Crystal City. All right, the last question, and if you've been hanging around anybody from NVTC for a while, you should hopefully know the answer to this. According to NVTC's 2023 Value of Northern Virginia Transit to the Commonwealth report, Virginia receives how much in annual tax revenue as a result of the region's transit network? We also have an awesome story map on this as well. That's out there that explains all the intricate details of all the data. If you want to geek out a little bit on some of the data that's out there, broken down by all the different agencies. All right, last one. All right, most people got it. $1.5 billion. That's a significant amount of money that comes from our investment here in Northern Virginia in transit. About $1 billion of that's tied to Metro Rail. A significant amount goes back down to the Commonwealth, about 5% of the general fund. So every dollar we invest in transit up here, we get that dollar back and $1.60 more. So really, really good stuff. Thank you very much for playing along. I think we get to see who got the most. All right, we got a couple things there. How many people got, how fast people answered. So thank you very much for our inaugural NVTC Transit Trivia. So thank you.
All right, we are going to get back going again. I hope everybody had a lot of fun with that transit trivia. I can tell you, when you have a room full of folks and you give them a chance for a break and you all stay here and do trivia, like that warmed my heart. So I hope everybody had a lot of fun with that. And so I get the opportunity to introduce yet again another one of our platinum sponsors. I know many of you guys are in local governments or even in transit systems. You can understand that, we couldn't pull off a lot of this stuff if it weren't for the generous support of our sponsors. So definitely want to introduce our next platinum sponsor, which is Transurban. And so we have Bo Memory, who just joined just a couple months ago, right? He's the president of Transurban North America, and he's going to come up and say a few remarks. Come on up.
Good morning. Again, my name is Bo Memory. I'm the president of North America for Transurban. I'm excited to be here with you to celebrate 60 years of NVTC's dedication to mobility throughout Northern Virginia. We are lucky to have such strong relationships throughout the region to collaborate, improving transportation infrastructure and connecting communities. I've worked in transportation from North Carolina to Colorado, and I've never seen such collaboration across transportation agencies, regional organizations, and road operators. I'm proud to be part of a company that puts partnerships first, and our relationship with NVTC is one I am most appreciative of. Transurban's 95, 395, and 495 express lanes bring travel options to drivers throughout the DMV. But that is only one piece of the puzzle in solving our transportation's mobility challenges. More choices mean more efficient transportation, no matter what means you opt for. And to that end, since 2019, Transurban has been a proud partner of NVTC, establishing the Commuter Choice Program that dedicates millions every year to transit improvements along the 95 and 395 express lanes corridor. Together with organizations and operators, we have helped more people get to where they need to go, with more than $2.6 billion to be invested throughout our agreement with the Commonwealth. NVT's strength lies in the dedication to partnership, recognizing that none of us can do this alone. Thanks to all of the transportation partners here today, and thanks to Kate and the rest of the NVTC leadership for their continued dedication to mobility in our region. Thank you.
And what a perfect sponsor for this next session, because we're actually going to talk about how we can move buses faster and more effectively through our region. And so what I'd like to do is go ahead and introduce our next panel, which is really all about bus priority and how we can move things going. So I'm going to have Vikram Sinha come up and introduce the rest of his panel. Vikram is our senior program manager for our Route 7, Envision Route 7, although I think we might be thinking some rebranding on that, but that's all right, which is really about how we can move across our region a corridor that's actually one of the busiest bus corridors on Route 7 up here in Northern Virginia. So Vikram, why don't you come on up, and I'm going to hand this over to you so you can introduce your fantastic panel.
Hey. Thank you, Kate. Raka, Jason, Lee, if you'd like to take your seats. I just really want to say this is an amazing event. The energy in this room is great. Seeing everybody talk, mingle, it's actually quite inspirational to see, because we can lose sight of the fact of what we do. We are here to serve folks get to their jobs, get to leisure, get around, make smarter choices. So it's really great. I don't want to spend too much time on each of your considerable achievements. There's great table cards. You can scan the QR code, and if you click on the headshot of the person, you can read more about everyone's bio, including all the panelists. And it's amazing, just the expertise that we have up here and in this room. I do want to thank all of you for your work. A lot of the work that you've done in the region, you've done bus projects here, you continue to do great bus projects here. And it's whether on the implementing side or as consultants. You are helping this region get to work, get to play. I do want to note that all three of you are colleagues, old colleagues, in prior roles. And I'm glad you accepted this opportunity to come and talk to us today. And I wanted to say thank you for joining us today, because I've only been in this region for about half a year. And so didn't really have a lot of folks that I knew, and I reached out to each of you on a very short notice, professionally speaking, and all of you were more than happy to come. So thank you from me for saying yes. The goal of this panel is to talk through where we are as a region and learn from the past on how to deliver improved bus service for the customer. The customer is why we are here, what we're talking about. We're not here just to run a bus, we're here to serve folks. And the most powerful tool our leaders in this region have to address catastrophic climate change is the humble city bus. It is a great tool. It allows for smarter choices. Flexible, simple, and efficient, a single bus can carry up to 8 times more people than a personal car, reducing emissions by up to 82%. Last night was having dinner in DC, and someone drove up in a Chevy Tahoe, and my friend was like, look, he has a bus, his own personal bus. And I think that was a great thing, because it's like the cars are getting bigger, they're taking more space, they're leading to more pedestrian injuries and fatalities, and we have to think about how do we do that mode shift, and what are the negative consequences of the decisions that we're taking, not only as regulations, but also culturally, right? Like what are the mode shifts, but also what are the cultural shifts we have to think about? Let's also remember that beyond providing reliable and affordable service, transit agencies are striving to meet the mobility needs of all potential riders. Let's not forget paratransit, right? Accessibility. We're ensuring easy access, convenience, affordability, and safety. Streets that work for transit work better for everyone. Transit priority streets speed up bus service, making the bus more reliable, convenient, and accessible. They also reduce conflicts between road users and are safer for people that are biking, walking, rolling, and driving. They're also proven to increase retail sales by increasing foot traffic and bringing in more customers. So there is an economic development component to this. It's multifaceted. When we talk about our work and bus transit, we need to realize that it has many more effects for the community than just getting folks around. Partnerships between the transit agency and local, regional, and state jurisdictions that control the right-of-way are essential to the success of bus priority programs and transit-focused street redesigns. These relationships leverage the distinct skill sets, resources, and authority each agency has to offer. So it's critical that we realize that everybody has an area of expertise, we bring them into the conversation, and we understand that our core competencies, what we're good at and what our colleagues are good at, and bring that into problem solving. Schedulers, service planners, signal engineers, and street designers can cooperate to identify changes in run times, signal timing, stop placement, and length along the route, as well as other investments in bus priority. Together, these changes can save riders time and allow a transit agency to add more service. Redesigning city streets to get the bus out of slow traffic is one of the most effective ways to improve transit speeds and reliability and win back riders. Here we have a map showing kind of what the region's bus network is. Metroway, which you're going to hear a lot about in this panel, like a little foreshadowing for you, is in operation, and that is a huge success story. 2 jurisdictions, each jurisdiction chooses kind of work through the treatments that worked for them. That ability to navigate your own path to improving the bus service, I think, is critical as we talk about regional coordination. Also, Duke Street in Motion, West End Transitway are in planning, advancing along at a great clip. The one in Fairfax County as well, moving along at a great clip on the planning side. And then Envision Route 7, close to my heart because I work on it, and that's a great project as well, going through 4 jurisdictions, Fairfax County, Falls Church, Arlington, back into Fairfax County, in fact, a little bit of Falls Church again, and then ending in Alexandria. And that's served by the 28A, which is a great bus route, seeing a lot of ridership, highest in the state, in this region. And then let's just level set, talk about examples of bus priority treatments. When we talk about bus priority, what does that mean? There's a toolbox, and in that toolbox, you have many different tools. If you only see a nail, you only use a hammer, is the old quote, but you have many different ways to improve bus service. I think the one that we always associate with bus priority is the BAT lanes, business access and transit lanes, the red paint, which a lot of motorists see and they get upset about because they think that's going to somehow harm their commute or their drive. But there's a lot more solutioning, level boarding, real-time information so that folks who come to the bus stop can see when the next bus is coming. All-door boarding, great solution to get faster transit service. So all of these are treatments that are available and toolbox items. Really, this discussion is looking to kind of talk through what are the past successes and what do future successes look like. And with that, I'll hand it off to Raka.
Hey, good morning. Thank you, Vikram and NVTC for having me here. I'm really excited to be here, very honored to be here with Lee and Jason. I think I learned a lot of bus priority at one of my jobs with them. I was a land use planner before that, but land use and transportation comes back very well together, and I do owe a lot of what I've learned to Lee and Jason, so I'm very excited to be here and honored to be here. Okay, I'll get us started. I'll jump right into it. So at Metro, I think one of our big focuses has been lately bus priority, and we want to talk a little bit about why we need it. Our average bus speeds in the region is 11.6 miles per hour. Traffic congestion delays cost Metro, and by extension, the region $65 million annually in operating cost. That does not even account for people's wasted time and productivity and money lost to our region's economy. Slow buses also result in fewer riders and lost fare revenue, in turn making all our collective financial difficulties even harder. When you think about who rides our buses, the need to improve performance becomes even more urgent. 60% of the region's bus riders are low income, 83% identify as people of color, and 58% of Metro bus customers live in zero-car households. Improving bus travel time and reliability in Northern Virginia will advance equity across Northern Virginia and the region. So the bus priority is one of Metro's programs within the Better Bus initiative that aims to transform bus into a fast, frequent, reliable, affordable service that feels unified to all our customers. Bus priority focuses on technologies and partnerships that improve bus speed and reliability. I think the fact that all of you are here is that we have a shared understanding that slow and unreliable buses are not environmentally, socially, or financially sustainable. I think our region adds 3,000 people and 2,200 jobs every month. We can't keep up with that growth if everyone drives. But if more people start using buses in dedicated transit ways, then we can accommodate that growth. Of course, bus service also needs to better align with changes to where people are going, when people want to travel, and the Better Bus Network redesign. We have a group of folks here who have been working on that. So the Better Bus Network redesign does that. And for more information on that, we have a table outside, and they'll also tell you about the survey that's open until July 15th, 5 p.m. So please take the survey. Bus priority focuses on making buses faster and more reliable, but our ultimate goal is really to effectuate that mode shift, get more people out of their cars into buses. We have a number of tools to prioritize buses, but the most beneficial are dedicated bus lanes that are enforced. Enforced dedicated bus lanes can save anywhere between 5 and 30% of a bus rider's travel time, because it depends on where you start out, right? If you're at 6 miles per hour and you go to 8 miles per hour, you've got 30% on where you used to be. But that's kind of what we are trying to get everyone to a regional average of 12.5 miles per hour, and we'll soon be saving a lot more money and a lot more time. There are other treatments for bus priority, transit signal priority, queue jumps that help us get through signalized intersections faster. About 20% of our region's TSP, transit signal priority, is in Northern Virginia, most of it in Alexandria and some in Falls Church. And then the other thing is, bus stops are vital for good bus service, right? Like, we do need our bus stops. But sometimes they can slow us down, too. So often we'll see our bus stops that are spaced too close together. Those add to our delays. Or buses that need to pull in and out of traffic. They can't merge back in. That adds to our delays. So stop consolidation and bus bulb outs can reduce these delays as well. And then all-door boarding is another treatment that also helps, and I think, Vikram, you mentioned that. These treatments all complement each other, and collectively they can help make things a lot better. The benefits of TSP and queue jumps and bus stop consolidation, that's relatively small compared to when you put it all together, and bus lanes and enforced bus lanes are the biggest. But even with everything together, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Like, you put all these together, you save travel time, but it also results in increasing ridership, increasing fare revenue, reducing congestion, reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving air quality. There's just so much more. It's just the start of where the benefits start to accrue. So, and I think getting to that whole suite of treatments, I guess we'll go back to Metroway and get this conversation started. Northern Virginia is great. I love that Metroway was the first, or Crystal City Potomac Yard, as I knew it in the old days, is the first example of good BRT in our region. And we launched it in 2014, 4.5 miles of exclusive dedicated bus lanes in 2014. But that is not quite where we expected to be in 2024. Since then, the district has added 13 lane miles of bus lanes, and nothing else in the last 10 years. But it's not as bad. It's not as bad as it looks. There's a lot of projects that are in active planning and ready to move into construction. Western Transitway was just awarded $73 million in NVTA funds. Duke Street has received $75 million in the past, and then Envision, Route 7, and the One are all kind of coming up quickly behind. So these bus lanes will grow. We are far behind compared to the rest of the country, so there is room for us to grow. And it is an optimistic outlook, but also I think I just want everyone in this room, because we are all transportation professionals eager to see some change. Our projects shouldn't be taking us so long to deliver. While we're delivering these wonderful projects, we should also be thinking about what are tactical pop-up solutions out there. And let's do the whole build up from below and build up from the top. And let's get this moving a little faster and get our region moving faster. Our customers deserve it. Thank you.
With a lot of overlapping content, you'll see why we had a little moment there. Very energized to see so much of the village in the room here. And my thought in preparing a few themes to share was around, as Raka really introduced it, around some discussion topics on how we can work to implement bus rapid transit and transit priority more effectively, maybe more quickly also. And thinking from the beginning, as Vikram noted, it's about people and providing access and mobility, and that's what success is. And sometimes we can conflate construction and capital dollars, which is amazing, with that end success. And so I wanted to remind myself of this as we go to the next slide. So I'm going to speak to a couple of these case studies from here in the region, lessons learned on these case studies. And I wanted to point out three themes that I think we can hopefully have some discussion on in a few moments. First theme, frequency of bus service. As a daily bus rider and transit rider, that's what I care about the most. Then I don't have to worry about much else. And the other theme is land, not only land use as is supported by transit, but how we think about land in terms of implementation of these footprint projects. And this village, this set of partnerships is critical. And we talked in the zero emission transition session about all the different layers of these partnerships. In our system of government, it's pretty complicated, but we can do it, and we've demonstrated that. Thinking about the Metroway, the Crystal City Potomac Yard project, one of the really interesting things that happened right about 2011, before the official service was launched in 2014, is leadership in both the county and the city said, what we're going to do is we're going to run this 9S shuttle service to extend the reach of Metro Rail, and we're going to do it to match the Metro Rail headways at 6 minutes. We're just going to start the frequency of service before we even have the physical infrastructure in place. And what that did is it sent a very strong message to the riders that this is an extended reach of transit, and the redevelopment that was beginning to happen in the Crystal City and Potomac Yard area. And by the way, that was tough times at the moment because the base relocation and closure had just happened. Employment and employers in that neighborhood were really under some pressure. But the leaders decided to double down on that operating investment. One of the ways that we started to explore, and the city and the county started to explore, what this means as we think about the dedicated space for buses, who would use it? You know, we started to think about the services that would use the proposed bus lanes and dedicated space for buses. This piano diagram helped us think about frequency in a very simplistic way. Is there room for shuttle services in Crystal City that serve the airport? Is there room for services by different providers? And again, we were thinking about, as Raka mentioned, like what is a reasonable capacity for one of these new stations? Can it serve both our Metroway service and other providers? What's easiest for the passengers in that setting? Those are questions that are really important, again, for a user of the proposed system. So just changing the topic for a moment, to think about land. The photo in this may be a familiar spot to you all in the Potomac Yard area, where early on with redevelopment happening in Potomac Yard, Arlington County said, we're going to require a dedication of right-of-way for a future transit service. We're going to design it to be pretty generic for any bus or even future light rail to be there. It was a very small segment, but the decision makers, the planners said, we're going to dedicate this space, and it really became a linchpin as other segments of that corridor were mixed traffic services, experimenting with transit priority, but it was a very important incremental decision that really led to a lot of the momentum on the physical BRT development. On the land front, it's also really important, as you all know very well, to think about land use and the set of decisions that the land use planners, the zoning officials, the redevelopment and development community are making around what is being supported. And this region has written the book on a lot of these transit supportive land uses, and so a credit to a lot of people that have come before us to set the table on that front. A pretty difficult trade-off around buying additional right-of-way to accommodate high-quality bus rapid transit versus working very hard with our colleagues in the traffic operations side, the highway operating and maintenance side. What's the best answer? It's probably a mix of answers on any one corridor, and we really ought to assess what we can do quickly versus longer term. Where can we acquire right-of-way? It's very difficult because it's, in our system of government and law, it's very hard to acquire land. Really assessing what we can do as an agency, what is our capacity to do that, versus also very hard to dedicate traffic space, general traffic space, to transit only. But we're doing it, and it's yielding some good results. Just a final theme around partnerships. Thinking about, as we discuss which agency owns which aspect of the project, what does each agency do best? Where is that agency's capacity and people infrastructure? I always resonate with the workforce development topic because it makes me respect even more the investment that public agencies, the jurisdictions have made in the people capacity and the ability to do these things. And so in the partnerships, we can each bring to the table, those strengths and complement each other. And the outward communication is vital, as we all know. And what are we learning from that external communication in the public? How are we showing how we're incorporating that back into the process?
So flowing on the village theme that Jason mentioned, and also reiterating how nice it is to see so many people in the room who know this story and were involved, right? So just a little bit trip down memory lane for some of us, right? So I think I wanted to start in a way with like why the Crystal City Potomac Yard Transitway. So this photo here showing what Potomac Yard was, right? And so once the railroad left and there was the question of what do we do with this land, and Arlington and Alexandria, right, started thinking about it and thinking about what that redevelopment would look like, the future of the region, and starting to think about the role of transit, right? And so Jason mentioned how Arlington had reserved right-of-way through the negotiation process with the developers as they started to redevelop. There was a big question at the time about what does that transit solution look like? And so there was an alternatives analysis completed in 2003 that was led by DRPT. So part of this theme too, in a way, is I think, as Jason was mentioning, right, like there were conveners, if you want to think about it, that helped Arlington and Alexandria to talk to each other and to kind of talk to the community. So DRPT led an alternatives analysis study that actually was inconclusive. It had 3 alternatives, so that none of them were preferred. So there was the Metro Rail station, which now exists. There was the transitway, but whether it would be bus rapid transit or light rail was still TBD. So moving on from that, though, then going into 2005, and that's some of the stuff that Jason talked about, was kind of saying, okay, the redevelopment's starting to happen, right? How are we going to work together to figure out kind of an incremental way to implement some good transit service? Moving through that, then going to, and that was also led initially by DRPT and then WMATA, I think, Jason. And then going into the NEPA, right? And so, of course, FTA, who's in the room, right? Kind of working through kind of what is the pathway? So I'm going to talk a little bit about that too. That was, I would say, a good collaborative effort. Then there was a Tiger Grant, which really helped spearhead the Alexandria portion of the transitway, again with COG, kind of bringing everybody together to create that winning grant proposal. Just moving through kind of how we then got to, there was a transit operations plan that was led by WMATA. And then Alexandria's segment. And I think this is where the interesting thing, there's a lot of planning that was done collaboratively, right? But then the implementation, each jurisdiction implemented, right? And so then there was also the continuing, though, trying to talk to each other to make sure that as we were moving our pieces forward, that we were continuing to provide service that was quality service for people in the corridor. I think one of the interesting things that was done about the NEPA strategy, if you think about it, the fact that the implementation was a little bit phased, it was like, well, how do you handle NEPA when you've got these kind of different segments? The decision-making at the jurisdictional level was a little bit on different timelines, right? At the time, actually, Arlington was really solid on what they wanted, particularly the segment that is in the dedicated transitway, which is segment D, to look like, right? Alexandria was still thinking through some things, in particular ending up with the segment B, which is where the dedicated lanes are in the middle of Route 1. At the time when the process started, or when we started working, Jason and I started working on this in 2005, Alexandria did not have any dedicated right-of-way, right? Arlington had reserved right-of-way, Alexandria had not. But then when the developers came in for a modification, right? Then the city negotiated and got some dedicated space for the transitway. So figuring out the strategy around how do you get yourself through NEPA when there's all these pieces, and it was the idea of basically dividing this into segments, right? There was basically a programmatic categorical exclusion, which is not a typical thing, that really addressed basically the alignment. It addressed that it was going to be BRT and where the stop locations were going to be. So then each jurisdiction could move forward with implementation and then come back. So for instance, Alexandria, as they started to firm up what that piece on Route 1 looked like, came back and did CE just for that segment, right? That was based on the programmatic work that had been done. The Tiger Grant, again, was COG-led, the development of a proposal for, like looking sorry. There were 13 corridors identified, bus priority in the National Capital Region. There was an $8.2 million of that was for Route 1 and BRT in Alexandria, and that really then also spearheaded, it gave a little bit of an extra push to Alexandria to actually get that done. And that's also kind of when Alexandria's development ended up going in faster than Arlington's, right? Was because there was this like, oh, we have to spend this Tiger Grant money. We have to figure out how we're going to do it. So that was kind of another important piece. Then as we were moving closer to opening day in Alexandria, and this is actually the point at which also I moved from the consultant side to the city side. So was working through, like, what is this service that we're going to be providing? Are we going to provide a new brand? And so working with Arlington and WMATA and I believe other jurisdictions were involved as well, was kind of figuring out what is this brand going to be? The idea actually was that this was going to be a brand for the whole region. So service name, so there was basically they did online service, online surveys, all that kind of stuff. It was an interesting thing. I think this was also nothing was conclusive from the surveys, except everybody liked having Metro in the name, and they liked whatever version of the branding scheme, they liked it in blue, right? So that's kind of how we ended up with the blue buses and Metro Way. And the idea also that all of the corridors would be given a geographically based name rather than a number that people don't understand what that means, right? So the MWY1 is just for like scheduling purposes, right? It's supposed to be known. I mean, now everyone just calls it Metro Way because it's the only one, right? But it was still supposed to be Crystal City Potomac Yard. So, and so then 2014 opening day was very exciting for all of us. But I think the big point here, and I think Jason talked about it, and too, is there was a lot of collaboration involved and a lot of that kind of like, what is the appropriate role for different agencies and organizations? And then with the eventual implementation at the ground level being with the jurisdictions in coordination with each other, we had a lot of Arlington and Alexandria. We had a lot of meetings together. We got very close, and then having kind of the more regional organizations kind of helping us along the way. So that is all I had.
Thank you. Oh, there we go. So this is really great and very inspirational. Thank you for walking us through Metro Way. And Rock, I want to start with you. We saw how the region is not keeping pace with some of our peers across the country. From the bus operator perspective, what are the challenges to improving bus service?
Okay, okay, it's working, right? All right. So in terms of the bus operator, what we can do as the bus operator is improve service. And we've been doing that. We've been doing the frequent service, all-day network, responding to changing travel patterns over time. And good example is the 28A. I think our pre-pandemic high on that corridor was 5,300 in October of 2018, average daily ridership. It's now at 7,700 this month. That's a 45% increase. So just giving people all-day frequent service made a huge difference. If you build it, they will come. So, so that's what we are doing. We are trying to modify our network to meet the needs of the time. But I think the other challenge for us is competing curbside spaces, and that's getting worse over time. There's Uber, there was Lyft, now there's Grubhub, there's Uber Eats, and of course everyone's doing Amazon Prime. I'm guilty of it, but it's so much easier. But yeah, I mean, we are competing for road space, and at that point, I think it comes down to political will, and we want our jurisdictions to also step in and push for dedicating and thinking about how we move people out of cars into buses. So I think that's really where we are trying to work, and partnerships. It's all about the partnerships.
Thank you. Yeah, curbside management is a big piece of that. Just talking a little bit more, we were hearing a lot about how Metroway was this transformative regional project. We'll start with you, Jason. How do you build coordination and trust across different organizations? What do you think one should do or not do?
Great question. A lot of opinions, I'm sure, in the room here. What we experienced on the Metroway implementation front, even though, as Lee mentioned, the early DRPT study didn't conclude on all the specifics, it was a convener. DRPT, the state, brought together the parties, the city and the county, and we also saw that on the Route 1 corridor, I should add, where DRPT, again, at the state level, brought together the jurisdictions along the broad corridor. They brought WMATA into the room. They helped facilitate state senate and state representative involvement in the process. And so that state and regional, with WMATA, again, the regional footprint on Metroway was pretty interesting. WMATA working with their colleagues at FTA to come up with a very creative approach to what can be a complex barrier in the NEPA process became a strategic coming together because those regional and local partners got creative. But it was after years and months of recurring coordination meetings, right? There's no other way through it than to work together.
Thank you. Lee, same question. How do you build coordination and trust across different organizations?
This one. All right, that works. So I think just the act of meeting, I think, is incredibly important, right? You get to know each other, but I think it also means that everyone who's coming to the table needs to be coming with a willingness to be to be open, right, and to be to be honest and treat each other with respect, right? So I think sometimes also the difficulty you have, and I'm thinking about some other projects sometimes, is understanding that different parties sometimes have different charges. And so understanding what it is that they care about and what their bosses are telling them to care about, right, is really important. I don't know that was as much of a Metroway thing, but it's happened on some other projects. But yeah, I think that having people trust each other because they've experienced the trust, right? And so that's for all of us in the room. We're the professionals who are doing a lot of this work, right? It's about how we treat each other.
Yeah, of course. But I just wanted to say thank you for that coordination there where your mic wasn't working. Look at how both of you offered to help. Like that is a literally real world example. Everybody walk away with that lesson,
I think one of the things is talking about the shared goals. I think as long as we keep talking about that, we've had this example with DC in the past and in the recent past. So DC is aligned with us on the goal of mode shift. They want to get people out of their cars into multimodal, all modes, including transit. So they started doing the bus lanes. They started doing tactical bus lanes. Then we realized people are parking in the bus lanes. So we needed clear lanes, the automated camera enforcement of those bus lanes. So we were all coming at it, and there were a lot of challenges along the way. I mean, it's a political issue. We are giving out more tickets. DC is giving out more tickets. But I think the shared goal of getting people out of cars and creating this livable city really helped with getting people to coordinate and make it happen, and then also getting our the community and riders and people to ask for it. People who ride the bus also asked for it, and they put pressure on their elected officials who serve their constituents are bus riders too. So all of that really helps, I think.
I think that's an interesting, the politics of it, right? I mean, we have to all agree, and I know there's also some elected officials in the room, right? We all are working in this together, right? Like, we're not divorced from the politics. And I think about in DC, with like 16th Street, right? The first study we did on 16th Street, when, Jason, do you remember working on that? That was like 2006 or 7, right? And we were like, oh, we're never going to get bus lanes on 16th Street. It's never going to happen, right? And eventually, but I think it's the work of, and that's where you also think about, the work of advocacy organizations as well, to like kind of help to kind of spur that discussion and that conversation. Because I also think there's a lot of things where the public they don't have the energy and the time necessarily to lobby about these things, but they like them when they're there, right? So anyway, just as a note on that.
No, I appreciate that, and that's a great segue to my next question, which is, bus riders can have a difficult time advocating for better service. They're generally tend to be busier folks, going to jobs, going back home, have a lot of caretaker duties. How do we ensure the discussion around improving bus service includes the customer's voice? And that's for all three of you, but Rocky, you look like you're ready.
I'm looking at Laura here and Dahlia, and so we've just recently had a very, very good successful effort with the Better Bus Network redesign. We're basically going where people are, where our bus riders are. So there's pop-ups. You're thinking about people who are shift workers, so you're accommodating their schedules. I guess pop-up public meetings at bus stops, and then there are ride-alongs. Like, I think the bus network redesign team is riding on buses with a tablet, getting surveys. And then I think one last thing, it's also the transit app. We have banners for our surveys on it in English and Spanish, and we've been able to get so many Spanish responses because of the transit app. So really going where the bus riders are, because you go to a community meeting, you're going to get the naysayers, or just a regular land use community meeting. But we need to get our bus riders to be speaking and advocating for themselves.
Well, and so I think the Duke Street Transitway, and it looks like Jen's left the room now. So, but that was I think a good example of a similar effort that really is going on. And I think it's interesting too, because we always talk about that, right? High tech versus high touch, right? In the public engagement world, right? So the importance of, you do have to put boots on the ground. You have to put people out there. You can't just put. I mean, it's great also that you're able to use the tech also, but you need to have that. I think one of the interesting side notes on that, though, is so the Duke Street effort, was a very classic Alexandria, very, very heavily. There was like monthly working group meetings, right? And there were people in the working group meetings who were like, well, what about us? What about the drivers? What about why are you spending so much time trying to get the bus rider's opinion? Right? Like, it was kind of an interesting flip of it. And we were like, no, we're doing what we're supposed to do, right? So, but I think that's also managing, again, the conversation that's happening, right? You have to also understand that, there's conversations happening within all these different subgroups, and keeping the momentum going for a project requires addressing that.
Just noting that there's a lot of time and a lot of money, as Tom articulated, involved in this, but I think it's a whole other session talking about what the return on that pretty messy investment is. These real conversations in real places. What are we learning? How are we reflecting that back in? And in a given, what may be called a technical study or deployment project, what's the right budget amount? It may be a third or a half of that budget, or I don't know what the better bus, but let's talk about what that actually took to get what these best practices represent.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and thank you for that perspective. So before we go into Q&A, wanted to ask all three of you one last question. Last week, we were reminded that our work is part of a political landscape, congestion pricing. Do you have any suggestions or insights on how to keep momentum with policymakers, how to keep them interested and passionate? And of course, policymakers can change. How do you keep that continuity?
Okay. I can talk a little bit about clear lanes, because that started to run into some trouble when we were getting ready to launch. It's the automated enforcement program in DC. And it was also we were starting to hear rumblings. I think Urban Institute did this op-ed and said, what about equity? I think it's constantly reminding people who rides the bus. It's and the equity is for the people on the bus. They are working class people, often working class people who are trying to get to work. And no one has the flexibility of not getting into work I think someone who works at a McDonald's can't get into work at 9:15 when they're supposed to be there at 9. I think folks like us who work in offices have somewhat of a loser schedule, but people who are working shifts don't have that flexibility, and we need to make sure that we get them to work on time. And so we kind of we pivoted the conversation to who benefits from it. And then also the public engagement piece of it. Like, if we have empowered our riders to talk and ask for bus lanes or better service or more frequent service, it's very hard for the elected officials to kind of withdraw from that position. So I think that's mine.
So, yeah, it's such a hard question, right? But I think there's a big piece too. I mean, what I experienced working in Alexandria, I was only there for 4 years, but the relationship between the city staff and the elected officials was really good, right? There was pretty open conversations. The elected officials would let us know what they were hearing, right? And so that helped, like, putting together our communication strategy in such a way that we gave them a way to kind of tell a positive story and made it easier for them to continue to support Metroway, for instance. A lot of people were like, why are you building this really expensive thing on Route 1 that cars can't go on when there's all this congestion, right? And having the elected officials, just helping them tell the story, right? And I think the Potomac Yard Metro Station there was a lot of opposition to that project, right? And it was very expensive. It was the most expensive infrastructure project the city had ever undertaken at the time, and just helping them to be able to tell the story and understand why also it's good for them, right? As like the whole vision for the city, and I think that was particularly, I think that the elected officials were very bought into the vision for Alexandria that includes, the importance of transit. So
great, thank you. So Q&A time. Any folks have any questions? My colleague Andrew has taken on the role as Mike Wrangler, as we called it in our run a show.
Or dad now. Dahlia Palchik, Providence District Supervisor, Fairfax County. Very excited to see you here and to hear you talk about the political will, right? I can tell you that I think all of us in this room are with you, right? The will is there. The big elephant missing in this room, for us who don't own our roads like DC, Alexandria, or Arlington, is clearly VDOT. the Virginia Department of Transportation. First of all, I want to say VHB and your staff, Alyssa, have done an excellent job in helping us with VDOT over in Blake Lane area in my district. And so that is one of the challenges. I know we have conversations with our advocates or community, especially knowing that our boards and that tend to have people like myself who've lived in cities and want to see our even our roads that are built be more used collaboratively. So because we have some people here, especially consultants, who are doing this work and working not just with the localities, but with the states, I think the number one question is let's focus on the positive, your recommendations and areas where you do see the possibility of that work and the advocacy with our advocate partners that are really pushing the needle here with our state partners to move some of this work along. And thank you for what you do.
Just a couple of insights. Early on in the planning process, on the Route 1 corridor, for example, there's a strong effort to engage state technical staff, state decision makers from VDOT, and the Northern Virginia District over time has been very focused on these multimodal solutions. I think one of the places of common ground, one of the things we learn is that VDOT has so many operational and safety and other requirements, and from the transit side, learning about what those requirements are and supporting a dialogue around how we get there together. One of the common places is safety, and I think safety is just a top priority for everyone. Finding common ground like that, where we can come together and explore, here's how the options we're looking at touch upon trade-offs in safety and operations. That's been a common place, and we're doing the difficult work, we collectively now, because we're setting the table for future change. That's one perspective.
I think that's really big, right? But I might also just bring the political part of it too. Again, in a way, VDOT is answering to CTB, right? And so, is there also a conversation at the political level about making sure that there's buy-in statewide, right, for these kinds of projects, and understanding the importance of being able to be flexible, right? Because I think that, you've dealt a lot more because I've dealt more with not having to deal as much with VDOT, right? But there are other states where it's a lot harder, right? So no, but I think that's it is an important conversation to make sure that the senior leadership at the political level and just the senior leadership within the agency are also understanding of the importance of this work and why it's worth their time, right, to have these conversations.
Thank you very much. What has been the prioritization process for installing transit signal priority in various communities in Virginia when there hasn't been the political capital for dedicated bus lanes?
So TSB was inherited the program. It started in 2014 or 2015 when we won a Tiger Award. I think COG led it and the region won this award. So that was not so hard, I guess. I guess DC and Virginia bought into it. Maryland decided not to move forward with it. So we've basically spent a lot of time maintaining it. TSB is one of those weird technologies that had not until recently progressed very far. I think it was like a good 20 years. We were using technology that felt like 1990s technology. So there are now new, more cloud-based solutions out there that allow you to be more flexible and move forward faster and be a little more responsive on the ground. But we aren't there yet. Our region's still in that old technology from 2015, which, if you think about it, it's like using a cell phone from 2006 or something. So it's really, really old technology. But we're moving forward on getting the next gen. And when work on that. It does come to a lot of, Northern Virginia has been great, by the way. On the 50 intersections, we get priority where we want it. The Alexandria works with us, Ryan Knight, if he's here. They've been working with us on it, and Falls Church as well. And they give us priority all the time when a bus arrives. DC is very selective. It's peak period, peak direction. Only, I think there was a time when it was only if you had 10 riders on the bus. If your fare box wasn't working, then you could have 20 people on the bus and it wouldn't get priority. So DC is a lot more restrictive, but with the new technologies, we are thinking of we think we'll get a little more out of it, but it has to be overlaid on the bus lanes. Like just TSP alone, the benefits are tiny. Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question, if anybody has anything.
Yeah, Bill, do you want to just come sit up here with us?
So great to see the three of you all on a panel together. Great presentations. My name's Bill Pugh. I'm with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. And Jason, you touched on this a little bit in your presentation, is the trade-off between repurposing lanes and widening. And we know that in our region, there's some jurisdictions and agencies that say you have to widen the road to do bus rapid transit. And there are a few very limited cases where that can be beneficial if you're trying to provide, say, a center running or certain space, certain benefits. But I wanted to ask if y'all could go into more detail on the trade-offs and the costs when you do widen, in terms of, there's the financial cost of the project, there's relocating utilities, the delays for land acquisition. There's also induced demand, the reality that you're getting more traffic, you're also undermining transit ridership, longer crossing distances. There was one community where at a certain point, they were looking at 13 lanes for people to cross on Route 1. I think they've scaled it back where it may only be 11 lanes now, but you can imagine the safety and trying to get riders to that system. So if you could talk about the trade-offs and how we can educate our officials on that, that'd be great.
Sure, a couple ideas, Bill, and it's such an important topic as we're implementing so many BRT corridors across the region. In Montgomery County, they are convening a bus repurposing workshop where it's an internal convening, mostly of agencies and responsible parties. They're involving their state highway administration, their county traffic operations peoples. They're having a discussion about how and where to repurpose existing lanes, under what conditions. Safety has been one, and they've listed priorities. They're trying to come together, and they've got people across the extremes. The Department of Planning in Montgomery County would just as soon dedicate everything to bicycle and pedestrian. I'm joking, but they're very proactive around land use and transit. So they're trying to see that spectrum and getting some good initial, at least mutual understanding of what the pros and cons and where they would do this. And I think your comment also makes me think about, we have to be very clear on where we're going to widen a facility, and why. What are we really accomplishing in terms of the multiple modes, the connecting people better, and sometimes doing the whole corridor as a program becomes hard. It becomes hard for the officials who have to take responsibility for a lot of the impacts and the costs and the time it's going to take. So I think the time to implement, we need to be very conscious about too. And we have a vision because we've seen the good land uses appear around our transit investments in this region. So we'd have that vision. The dedicated lane will get there it will help us achieve that vision eventually. But what is the near term? I mean, 10, 20-year horizon on mobility until we get to that point would help enforce more repurposing in the interim, even as we build toward a longer term dedication, since now we have so much ridership or so much demand in that longer term.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because I think that there's this, I think also as people see different kinds of treatments in different kinds of places, like I think you'll get, I think it is getting easier to talk about repurposing lanes, right? When people realize that when that happens, it does not, I mean, 16th Street is crazy to me. Those buses were every 2 minutes. I don't know if they still are. I don't know. But, you know, like, so in the rush hour, right? You were stupid to get behind a bus if you were in a car because you were gonna get stuck, right? But like, so I think it's interesting as I think about Potomac Yard. One of the conversations when I was still at the city, and I think Alan, I don't know if you remember these, but the North Potomac Yard redevelopment planning. So the original role of Potomac Avenue, right, was supposed to be like a relief valve for Route 1. And then once that got built and you had people living in the community, all of a sudden they were like, we don't like that this road is so fast, right? Because there's a park on the other side that we want to get to, right? And we also don't like how wide Route 1 is. And so the conversation, right, the widening of Route 1, which the city very deliberately worked very hard on the urban design, making sure the landscaping was really nice, like trying to make the road feel like a nicer pedestrian environment. But people still were like, so there started to be this whole conversation about, well, what does Potomac Avenue in North Potomac Yard look like? And is it possible that, for instance, we don't need as many lanes as were planned for cars, right? So does that mean that we could, or on the other hand, the other pushback though is like, do you really need the dedicated lane, right? So anyway, I think that as people start to see it implemented in their own communities, that helps.
I think one of the things in our region is we don't have the luxury of widening. Where our buses are slow and where we need BRT, we cannot widen our roads. So I think people are learning and it's like thinking about two ways for BRT. There's a service that we want to create that will be premier service that will incentivize people who don't usually take transit to take transit. The other side, the flip side of it is we're trying to make existing service a lot more faster and reliable. Where we're looking at making it faster and reliable, we just don't have the lanes. So starting to talk about person throughput is really the answer to that. And we've managed to talk with Montgomery County and MDOT-SHA, where we had very little progress in the last few years. But I think over the last 2 or 3 years, we've talked to them and worked with them so much over the last 2 years that when the red line shutdown happened 2 weeks ago for 3 months, we got 7 miles of pop-up bus lanes. It's lane repurposing, but it all comes back to the continuing to talk and to remind people about getting people through. That congestion would be so much worse if everyone was driving. But we got some bus lanes out of it, and hopefully we'll make it permanent.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. We are at time, so I'm going to end us there. But again, thank you so much for all your hard work, and thank you for taking the time to talk to us and inspire us on future projects.
So indeed, thank you so much. There's a lot of great stuff going on there. I'm just picking up themes all over the place. And so you have the beautiful luxury right now of getting that break and getting those wonderful lunches that are out there. What I do ask, we do have a small number of special meals that folks did ask for, whether it be vegetarian or gluten-free. So, leave those. Don't take, unless you ask for a pre-ordered one, right? Leave them for those folks who really need them. There might be some at the end available, but definitely let those who ordered those get those. The program's going to start back here at 12:30. Bob Schneider's going to be here to talk a little bit, add some energy to the room. You guys can go off the stage if you want. And we do really, and I really look forward to folks coming and staying for the afternoon. We're not going to hold you long, I promise you, but we've got some really great, both our lunchtime speaker with Dr. Bob Schneider, as well as our future looking with a really dynamic set of speakers. So I look forward to seeing folks back in here at 12:30. Welcome back. It actually looks like we got a fair number of people back in. I saw that there was folks that went outside because it is absolutely, well, actually, I did not go outside. It looks beautiful. I hear it's warm, but hopefully we'll be able to get them back in here to cool off a little bit. But anyway, so please continue to eat. That is exactly what you need to be doing here. But we're going to take a moment again to thank and highlight one of our platinum sponsors. I've got Mukta Tipnis from WSP. Thank you for all your sponsorships and your support. She's going to come and tell a little bit about her firm, and then we'll go to our keynote speaker.
Thanks, Kate. WSP would like to congratulate NVTC on their 60th anniversary. What a day today at the Innovation Summit. It's been great to hear from transit experts from across the region that are so dedicated to the future of our region's public transit network. WSP is proud to be a platinum sponsor for today's event. We appreciate the partnership with NVTC and all the work that's done around jurisdictional boundaries to bring the region together to plan, coordinate, and help fund WMATA and VRE to best help our residents and our business communities. At WSP, and my colleagues at WSP sitting over here or anywhere, please raise your hand. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. We often question our why. Why do we do what we do? Why is it important to us? And we know, especially hearing everyone in the room today, we know that we share the same common goal of connecting communities with our work on transit systems, which allows us and our diverse region to thrive. WSP is proud to be involved with some of the most important projects nationwide, and more importantly for us in the region, to prepare our environment, communities, and infrastructure for the future. We embrace our role to realize a more connected, resilient, and equitable world. At WSP, we are inspired by diversity, driven by inclusion, and committed to equity. I would like to thank all our transit partners that are in the room today for your commitment and your hard work to moving the region. And I join my WSP colleagues in congratulating Kate. Thank you for having us today. And all of NVTC, congratulations on this amazing milestone. And thank you for letting us be a part of this celebration and a part of today's Transit Innovation Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Magda and WSP. And so now I get to introduce our lunchtime speaker. We've had a chance to obviously see a little bit about Dr. Bob Schneider a little bit earlier today. He's the executive director of OmniRide and PRTC. That doesn't cross the P or the R, right? Something like that. You cross it, you don't touch it. But just a super brief introduction. I've had the pleasure of getting to know and work with Bob since about 2017 when he came to the region. And he has obviously a really important role in looking at how the bus service of his region is both doing local and commuter buses in Prince William, Stafford, Spotsylvania, Fredericksburg, Manassas Park, and maybe at some point places further than that. But before that, we actually snagged him from South Carolina, but he's also been out in Idaho and Tennessee. As we all know, we've all been through a lot in the last couple years. So Bob had a chance to start OmniRide before the pandemic, and then obviously being mindful of sort of what has that done and what is basically the reshaping of transit. We're calling this talk about what you didn't learn in planning school, opportunities for transit excellence in a post-pandemic world. Dr. Bobby, come on up.
Good afternoon. Try to keep things interesting. We have an hour and a half of my presentation, so we'll go from there. 75 slides. Death by PowerPoint. Couple of quick lessons. I'm going to go in order, then we'll circle back to them. The first one is there's no playbook for the events that have shaped our industry, especially over the past 25 years. And when I say there's no playbook, there's no playbook. Number two, the relationships are the ones that matter. And number 3, innovation matters, but it usually takes 20 years and transit sucks at implementing it. Those are the 3 big lessons, and we're going to talk a little bit about those today. And then we'll get into the opportunities for excellence in the post-pandemic world. So the first example I like to give, and this example really does apply to transit, but it's the example I give when I teach a class on mass media and American politics. Does everyone know where they were on September 10th, 2001? Where were you on September 10th? Physically the night before. What were you doing? You were in front of your TV watching Connie Chung interview Gary Condit about the Chandra Levy disappearance. Everyone remember that one, a Washington, D.C. scandal? 2 Capitol Hill interns had disappeared in a year, and it was the water cooler talk the next morning on September 11th. By 9:45, was anyone talking about that case anymore? No. And anyone who worked in transit, and I had been working in transit for about a year, was no longer thinking about safety and security the same way. Safety and security, when we talked about it in 2000 and prior to that day, was trying to keep our local friendly folks in the neighborhood from stealing the mechanic's tools, or trying to keep our bus driver's lunch from disappearing while they were off the bus having a conversation with a customer. Within 24 hours, I had learned to back a bus up and back because we hadn't had functioning gates at our transit property in 15 years, and I suddenly was part of the Sally Port to protect our resources. We didn't have safety and security plans in our agencies. We overnight had to figure that out. Within 4 years, we had Hurricane Katrina, which put an entire city underwater. We didn't have resiliency plans. By the way, we didn't have a plan for when we budgeted diesel at 79 cents a gallon, and within 48 hours, it was $2.49. The fair elasticity model, which we had spent decades building, went out the window immediately. Nothing applied whatsoever. And by the way, we had to rely on the private sector to help rebuild New Orleans Transit Network because the entire governmental entity that was New Orleans Transit was blistered, decimated, and there was no one left. How do we know no one was left? Knoxville Area Transit hired 10 of their operators because we flew them in on 747s, picked them up at the airport, and gave them jobs. That's the type of environment in which we operated and collaborated. And by the way, we had to go through the same thing in the Great Recession. Anyone who managed the Great Recession overnight, if you were relying on sales tax, if you were relying on gas tax, whatever you were reliant on in 2007, you were no longer reliant on by 2009. You were now reliant on stimulus funds. You were reliant on ARPA. So suddenly the world was upside down. And now what are you trying to do? You're trying to build your way out of capital projects. You're trying to spend the money as quickly as possible for the benefit of the federal government and to keep jobs going. And sometimes the projects you were working on weren't the best ones for your neighborhoods. But it's not really exciting. You can't cut a ribbon on a phone app. It's not exciting to cut ribbons on a sidewalk. But man, oh man, we got some really interesting BRT projects built, maybe some light rail that really wasn't well ridden. But the things that made the biggest difference in our industry were the things that, it was the policy people, the kinds of people in this very room that made the decisions, that put the grants together, that reframed how we go about mobility in our neighborhoods. Those are examples of cataclysmic opportunities when something went wrong that we got to fix it. And the most recent challenge we had was COVID-19. COVID-19, no one had a solution, right? First it was don't wear masks, then it was oh, wear masks. And we're still wearing masks, right? But did any elected official have the solution? No. Did any CEO have the solution? Doctors didn't have the solution. No one had the solution. But what we had to do is we had to figure it out on the fly. So 4.5 years ago, we sat in rooms trying to understand what the pandemic was going to look like. And we had, for the first time, the blessing from FTA to shrink, grow, and adjust our services, to redraw our maps, to close subway stations or adjust rail schedules, to do whatever it took to survive. And for the first time, the bureaucrats were in charge of transit. And we talked earlier about how politicians, it's a political experience when you run transit in America, and that is very much the case. But for one shining moment, so to speak. And some of the things that we did really, really right was we adjusted some services. A lot of local services never closed during the pandemic. But one of the things we got right, cities remapped and added in bus lanes. They had road diets. They removed parking. Others did not. They took the golden opportunity where they had vacant streets for 6 months and did nothing. Those are some of the things we got right and some of those things we got wrong. So what are we going to do as the professionals to look at that roadmap moving forward, to question what is going to be the next crisis? Could be economic, could be social, we don't know. But when it happens, what are we going to do as the subject matter experts, the SMEs, the thinkers, the philosophers, and the executioners, not in a bad way, but the actual people who get things done? What are we doing today to be ready? Because what it seems is that for the first 20, a good friend of mine, he's celebrated his 50 years in the industry. He couldn't point to a single major event from when he entered the industry in 1974 other than the gas crisis, which was a crisis, by the way. They couldn't fill their buses at one point. But other than that, he didn't have a single major crisis. But since 2001, he could register 4. Is this going to be our new experience where every 5 to 7 years we face a new major crisis? Maybe so. And if so, what are we going to do differently? That's an opportunity for excellence. But that second key point is the relationships matter. The relationships in this room matter. And I have to say this out loud. This room is not reality. This room is a bubble. And I say that because there are only 50 or 60 large transit systems in the United States. And there's the bubble that surrounds them, like San Francisco. Right? There's a bunch of small systems, but that's a bubble. There's 20 or 30 bubbles, 50 or 60 big systems. If you take off those top systems, there's about 500 and 550 small systems around the country that actually operate in reality. Like Bristol, right? Bristol. That's in Virginia and Tennessee, right? But what, Roanoke, right? It's also Maryland, it's also Pennsylvania, all those small areas that are in the mid-Atlantic or even in our own Commonwealth. That's where the reality is. So part of this is understanding that the relationships, it's not just our relationships, but do we have relationships up and down the coast? Do we have relationships on the West Coast? I am fortunate that after almost 25 years, believe it or not, come September, I have relationships that allow me to call on almost every single major system in the United States. I can also call on probably 50 small ones because of people that I've worked with over the years and mentored. There are people in this room, and I'm looking at their smiling faces, that I will go to war for to help you. If you call me at 2 in the afternoon, Lynn, I'm coming. Call me at 2 at night, I'm coming too. Because I know Lynn and what she does matters. And it's not because it's transit, it's because I trust Lynn. It's a trust relationship, and the trust isn't built on having salads and going to conferences. It's based on ethics, values, and trust. And when you can put those things together, that's why things like this matter. The NVTC matters. It pulls us together in ways that aren't built on happy hour, right? They're not built on whether or not we're buddies and what we have in common. It's built on certain levels of ideas, ethos, and experience. That if we can all get in a room and lean the same direction, we can achieve things greater. What is it? Many hands make light work. That is that concept, and that is that value. And that is that opportunity that we have in a post-pandemic world. So having the NVTCs that sit in the center of the room, that pull all of us together. Without that, we're operating in silos. We're operating independently, and we're not going to get the results we want. Innovation. 2001, I go to my first APTA conference, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Go to my first ever session, and it was paratransit. They had this brand new concept. They were going to have pagers on the bus. So when the paratransit driver dropped off the passenger, they were going to give the lady and the guy a pager so that when she was done, she could press the button and it would call the bus. And they would come pick her up. Well, then possibly she could subscribe to the pager. And then when the bus was coming, they could page her to tell her to be ready. It's 20 years later, and we're still figuring out how to do it on a freaking smartphone. Right? And we're talking about battery electric buses, and we're talking about all this different technology. Do you see cement trucks doing it? No. Do you see long-haul trucking do it? No. It's just not ready for prime time yet. And that's okay. Because without the brilliant work that Alexandria is doing, we're not going to be testing it. We have to have laboratories of democracy. They have to, that's a saying, move fast and break things. They have to do things that are market ready. We can't spend 15 years studying something to find the perfect plan, because by the time you get there, you're going to be OBE'd, overtaken by events. The new technology is going to be there. But I love to tell the story of the tortoise and the hare. Proterra, they were the hare. I was living in South Carolina, 2011, 2012. They hired lobbyists. They hit every major city in the US. If you were managing a medium to large size system, they were talking to your mayor, they were talking to your city council. You had pressure from your city, you had pressure from your county, trying to convince you to buy battery electric buses. Gillig said, nah, we're not ready, the technology is not there yet. By the way, Gillig was the last company in the United States to introduce a low-floor bus. Note that. So Gillig was also the last company in the United States to introduce a battery electric bus. And right now, the #1 company in the country that is deploying battery electric buses is Gillig. And it's not because Gillig's this super amazing. I'm not here to shill for Gillig. But part of it is they understand that they have to deliver something that is safe, that is reliable, that is friendly to its customer, friendly to the driver, friendly to the mechanic, has to have the full experience, otherwise we're going to fail. There's nothing worse in our industry than having a bus sitting, especially on the commuter side of things, having a bus sitting on the side of the hot lanes for 45 minutes because the battery won't do its thing. That kind of technology doesn't work for us. We have to have very smart, very intelligent, very reliable types of technology that allows us to be successful. So as we move forward, we have to have Alexandria doing their part. We have to have understanding and partnerships with Foothill Transit in California. And we're lucky to have that. We're lucky to have friends. One of my good friends is the chief operating officer at AC Transit. You've heard them talked about here today. So to have those relationships, to understand that technology, to be prepared for the next type of wave, that lets us know where we're going in terms of the subject matter expert. But then the next question is, where are we going? I liken us right now, we're all seeing the meme, Pedro Pascal driving the car with Nick Cage in the passenger seat. I am Nick Cage. We are headed on a fiscal cliff, and the decision makers are driving, looking at me going, we have no idea where we're going, do we? Because we don't have resources. You can open the newspaper every single day and you will see there is a transit system somewhere facing a fiscal cliff. If not this year, then next year. It doesn't matter. Go to any major city in the United States, type in transit fiscal cliff, name of, and it's either last year, but it's really going to be this year, next year, because the stimulus funds are run out. We had ours this year. Could be worse next year. It doesn't matter. Someone is going to be facing it somewhere, everywhere, and if we don't start to figure that out, it's going to drive failures in all those other areas of opportunity for excellence. It is the independent variable. Whether we like it or not, it is the independent variable. If you want to drive technology where all the decisions are made, first mile, last mile, right? How many people here figured out where they were going to get to here this morning using this probably an hour before they left the house? Some people just went, I just drove to the metro station, and then once I got off the train, where do I go? I figured it out within 7 minutes of walking through the door. So if we're not thinking about decision-making like that, how are we going to actually capture ridership marketplace? If someone can make that kind of decision and drive, but we can't help someone make that decision and ride, we're going to classically fail. Where does that mean we have to invest? Technology, staff, personnel. Other entities, other industries are doing that exact same thing. We're not good at fare collection, right? We're not good at mobile ticketing. We're not good at where's my bus. The list of things we're not good at, but if you turn around, we watched an entire grocery store industry change out how they paid just due to the pandemic, and they did it in 90 days. We went from pay at the pump in 45 days in major gas stations across the country. So these are examples of where we can look. It's not rocket science. We just have to be willing to pay attention and look ahead. Taking all those things into consideration, I hit my timer in closing. Knowing where we're going is extremely important, but also so is knowing where we've been. Looking ahead, understanding we do have funding limitations. I've said it a million times, trying to fund our collective transit systems on a gas tax is like trying to stay alive on a lifeboat drinking salt water. It's just not going to sustain you. I got to say it. Every time they build a new road to ease congestion, guess what they do? They make it much, much easier to get around in a car. Okay, what does that do? It makes that EV, or right, get better charge, right? It makes it more fuel economic. That means you pump less gas. Oh, by the way, every time there's a transit trip, guess what someone didn't do? So we're actually, the more effective we are, the less revenue we bring in. Same for roadways. The more efficient that roadway is, the less revenue we bring in. So we have to figure out a different way to fund ourselves, to prepare ourselves for the future, and that is an opportunity for excellence. You told me I had 15 minutes. I'll answer questions, but you said 15 and I took 15:45. I have my own table, so if anyone has any questions, just come see me at my booth. I have gum. That's the only handout. That and Diet Coke's in the lobby. Help yourself.
So he'll be here all afternoon, so fantastic. And so we greatly appreciate it. I mean, I think that as we look to the future, you know, Bob was talking about the gas tax, and for Omni-Ride, that in particular, that's a really important and critical issue. We haven't actually talked about it here today, but I think almost everybody in the room knows about a couple of major initiatives that are going on to both imagine what transit should be looking like in our greater Washington, D.C. area region, as well as then how we eventually pay for it through the DMV Moves initiative, and then also sort of a deeper dive that's going to feed into the DMV Moves, which is a study. I know Senator Eben was here a little bit earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but he is. I was going to say. He's got a study, SJ28, and I think many people in this room are going to be involved in both of those efforts. So it's an incredible opportunity. But Bob is absolutely correct. We need a pretty big deep dive in figuring out how we're going to be solving a longer-term solution for funding our transit. So we're going to now move over. I've got another platinum sponsor to recognize. So Coley, you got it. Awesome. So again, I'm going to pretend to be somebody. I love this in many ways. We were going to have somebody from here from Keolis. Keolis is one of the companies that operates transit in our region, and they're focused on operational issues today. So that's actually a really, I mean, I'm not happy for them, but in some ways that's where they should be and not here. And so I'm going to do my best they provide services for the operation of VRE as well as Omni-Ride and I believe Loudoun County as well. And so really the work that they're doing, those are the mechanics, those are the drivers, those are the folks who are actually operating the system. So again, we're sorry that a spokesperson couldn't join us, but we're grateful that they're yet again another one of our platinum sponsors. So we're going to shift over to our last panel, which I'm very excited, and I'm going to have Xavier and his team sort of find their way up here. And this is really about transit looking forward. We have, and again, Bob touched on things. We touched on a number of topics this morning, but this is a really great opportunity for our folks to be diving in and giving us sort of a look in the future. Xavier Harmony is, it's so funny because I don't have a bio here, so I'm like totally just winging it here. But he's another one of our amazing senior program managers, and you had a chance to meet a couple more earlier this morning. But I think you're one of those folks who gets heavily involved in telling the story. And I've heard that theme a little bit of what we need to do to tell the story. And so Xavier, among many of our folks, but he definitely leads in telling the story about data, analysis, and reporting about how the heck is this thing called transit here in Northern Virginia. Xavier, it's all yours.
Thank you, Kate. Good to see everybody here. Great to see so many familiar faces. One of the great things about an event like this is that there is so many people I know in this room, and it's great to see how diverse this transit community is. Today, we are celebrating 60 years of MVTC. In the last 60 years, the region has seen some incredible challenges for public transportation. From the creation of WMATA, VRE, and all the local transit systems we have in operation today, to billions of dollars invested in the region to move the region more equitably, sustainably, and economically. However, the region has also seen challenges, especially recently. The COVID pandemic has had significant issues to all the transit systems in the region. Funding is a continuous issue, and agencies have had challenges with ridership even before the pandemic. Although there are many challenges, there is still much to be optimistic about. Already today, we've heard some great things about what our local transit systems are doing to help prepare for the future. From transitions to zero-emission buses to reduce emissions, reduce pollution, and improve public health, to investments in bus priority to help deliver higher quality transit in a more equitable and economical way. This session reflects on the past and looks to the future of transit in Northern Virginia. To do this, I am joined by three amazing panelists to give different perspectives and share their thoughts, experiences, and dreams for the reasons transit now and in the future. I'm going to introduce each of these panelists before going through a little bit question and answer. First, I'll have my turn, and then we'll have everyone else's turn, but I'll try and keep my time short. I don't want to monopolize these amazing people here. But I'm going to begin by introducing each of these panel members. First, one of the leaders in transit consulting in the greater DC region, Laura Biala. Laura founded Foursquare ITP in 2006 and has led the company's growth from just herself to a few employees in her living room to nearly 70 staff across several offices. As president and CEO, she is responsible for guiding Foursquare ITP's strategic direction, company culture, operations, business development, staff development, and more. Laura is also a recognized expert in transit planning and transportation strategic planning, with more than 25 years of experience in the transportation field. Prior to founding Foursquare ITP, Laura was the regional planning manager for WMATA. She holds a master's degree in transportation from MIT and bachelor degrees in transportation systems engineering and urban studies at the University of Pennsylvania. Next is Tiffany Jabinski, representing one of Northern Virginia's most important funding, governance, and policy partners, the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation, also known as DRPT. Tiffany is the Director of Transit Planning at DRPT. She has over 15 years of experience in the industry, having previously served as a statewide transit planning manager, a principal and senior transportation planner at the Richmond Regional Planning District Commission, and regional planner for the Northern Shenandoah Valley Regional Commission. Her responsibilities include innovation in transit technology, grants management, statewide transit and multimodal planning, and MPO coordination. Tiffany has a master's in urban regional planning from Virginia Commonwealth University and an undergraduate degree in public admin from James Madison University. And finally, we have Allison Davis, another industry leader who represents the largest transit operator in this region, an operator we've heard a lot from so far today, and one of the largest in the country, WMATA. Allison Davis is Metro's Senior Vice President of Planning and Sustainability. She oversees a team that guides Metro's medium and long-term transit vision, analyzes ridership and travel behavior, transitions to zero-emission buses, prioritizes buses, modernizes the fare system, and creates a more sustainable, affordable, and equitable region. She is currently leading the Better Bus Network redesign to rethink, redesign, revitalize Metro Bus into a fast, frequent, reliable, affordable service that feels unified to the customer. Previously, she was a consultant for engineering and planning firms in New York and Tokyo. She graduated from MIT and Cornell University and serves on the Coalition for Smarter Growth Champions Council. So it's pretty clear we have a pretty impressive group of people here. I'm going to allow each of them to come up here in turn and give a little introduction to you all, and then we'll get into some Q&A. So let's start with Laura. Laura?
Thank you, Xavier. It's so nice to see everybody. I know for the staff at NVTC, this is probably like planning a wedding. And being here, it kind of feels like that. I'm seeing all these like old relatives I haven't seen in many years. Seriously, Cynthia over there, we worked together on the Tiger project that was mentioned earlier. Dennis Leach, who have worked with for many years back when he was at Arlington County. Anyway, it's really exciting to be here, and thanks for having me. As Xavier mentioned, I'm the president and CEO of Foursquare ITP, and our company has had the great privilege of working with all of the jurisdictions in the Northern Virginia region, working with NVTC on several region-wide studies, also with NVTA, on regional bus studies, regional bus priorities, zero-emission transition studies, and have worked with all of the local jurisdictions from everything from transit development plans to TDM program plans to evaluation of transit signal priority projects. And it's just been a great honor to do that. As Xavier mentioned before that, I worked for WMATA from 2000 to 2006. And when I was there, one of my roles was to be a part of all of the regional technical planning commissions. So I was at NVTC once a month, meeting with all of the local players, and really learned so much through that process that really, I think, got me to where I am now. And I did want to say that if you had asked me back in those days if there would be a celebration for NVTC's 60th anniversary, that there would be a panel with 3 female panelists, I would have said, you've got to be kidding me. So I think the region and the world has come a long way since then. So when Xavier asked us to think about what will be important to the Northern Virginia region in the future with regard to transit, a lot of things came to mind. I decided to focus on 4 quick points that I'll make, all kind of on the softer side. Obviously, zero-emission buses, BRT, both super important, and we'll hit on them also. But the first, and this has been said many times before today, communication and collaboration. That is a really critical element to the future of transportation in the region. And I think NVTC has always been at the center of that, and I think especially under Kate's leadership, that has been the case. There's 8, as we learned in the trivia, transit systems that operate in the region, and that's counting Metro as one, but they offer, of course, Metro Rail and Metrobus. And the provision of transit service in the future is only going to get more complicated with technology, with changing travel patterns, and with potentially unknown additional events. Communication and collaboration is going to be really important, and I'll hit on that more in my other comments. The second, and this was mentioned also by somebody, organizational development. There's so many new technologies that are happening in transit that organizations need to be able to understand how they might need to evolve in terms of staffing, in terms of oversight, and also in terms of workforce training to make sure that they can take on the needs of the future in transit. The third, and I do see a few of these folks in the audience, TDM. Bet nobody thought I was going to mention transportation demand management, but that is essentially the marketing arm of transit. And it's often overlooked, and I think the importance of making sure that the TDM professionals and the transit professionals are working together to get the word out is going to be even more critical in the future. I'll touch on that a little more. And then finally, the use of data, and data, I'm going to say use broadly as what we think of as data, but also information that we get from people. So making sure that the region, and of course the transit industry in general, is really leveraging all of the great data that's out there now today, and is also leveraging the stories and the input from the people that are out there to help reinforce or perhaps tell us a different story than the data is telling us. So that's what I was thinking about when I was thinking about what we need to do moving forward, and looking forward to hearing from the others.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for sticking around after lunch. So when Xavier reached out to me asking if I could speak on behalf of DRPT, I felt like it was a little disingenuous. I work out of the Richmond office. We have a Northern Virginia office, but who am I to say necessarily what I think of in terms of what has the Northern Virginia region really been experiencing post-COVID? So my lens is a little bit more, I focus more on the rest of Virginia, but I think that Northern Virginia, for me, was just this microcosm of everything that we were dealing with. You know, you think about transit ridership levels, you all had such an experience, and in particular, the dynamics of the federal government and those hybrid work programs and how the scheduling has impacted it has actually been sort of the last challenge that we're seeing across the state. Also thinking about funding, I know that's kind of the focus at DRPT, is that we provide a lot of funding from both operating and capital assistance. What we used to look at with merit had changed because of COVID. A lot of the needs of where we thought that, you know, thinking ahead of 2020, people were thinking more express routes, more fixed route service, and then there was a hard stop. And now that we're seeing between innovation and technology, changing of how we're looking at mobility services, I always hate using microtransit, but I'm kind of the unofficial queen of microtransit for DRPT. But I've been encouraged by thinking about how, especially in this region, you all have been looking at what technology can do to be able to connect your services and connect your people. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention that in changing of our funding programs, we recognized that there was a difference in needs of where you thought you might have to focus. So a lot of conversation has already been about zero emission. I won't belabor that anymore because I'm sure that there are other people who are much more of an expert on it. But I also like to mention a little bit about some of the infrastructure, about bus shelters and where those needs are still a high priority, not only here in Northern Virginia, but across the state. And so I'm really glad that we were able to modify TRIP to be able to accommodate for passenger amenities as well as public safety. I think that's the other program I always want to highlight is that in addition to being able to support bus shelters and bus stops, we also are thinking about improving the customer experience and as well as for the operators. So cameras, even fencing. I think that we take for granted some of those key infrastructure pieces for your facilities that are necessary, and especially when you're thinking about limited resources and how much you're spending on maintenance and protecting your resources. I think that's always been something that has been underlooked and that I'm glad that DRPT can now address. The last thing I really want to talk about is really transition. I can't say without, I can't come up here and not say it, is that I'm sure that everyone's going to see that there's such a change that's going to happen. Gender roles, retirement, a lot of knowledge and transition of key staff. I'm sure every agency has seen that at some level. And so I think that there is a big task ahead of us, too, in terms of, I heard earlier about conversations about workforce development and how important it is to be able to train not only within our current staff, but to encourage that pipeline to have new staff come in, even at a high school level. I mean, I do it from my daughter's elementary school, where I brought a bus, and people were thinking, you don't drive the bus, so how are you part of public transportation? And it's just thinking a larger lens. But I think that for you all, the challenge here is that there's so many great projects that are going to be in place. I mean, I can't speak confidently on transforming rail in Virginia, but I know that is a big initiative that VPRA is working with us on. And I think that as we continue seeing where we can address issues with ridership, with your travel patterns, and then where we can continue allocating our funding resources, I think we can definitely see a path forward in terms of continuing the great work you're doing here. So I look forward to the conversation.
All right, this is a tough act to follow. I love it. I'm sorry that I was late getting here, but I love seeing so many former colleagues, current colleagues, vendors that we work with. Like, this is like old home. So this is one of the beauties of going to conferences. And I think I heard someone said it was Kate Mattice's birthday party here. This is like what it is, right? Yeah, it's fine. That's fine. Every 6 months or so. But so thank you, Xavier, for reaching out and inviting me to be on this panel. And following two amazing women and the other panelists and stuff is fantastic. And Bob, thank you for a lot of you stole a lot of my thunder, but I think there's a lot of things that we can all be talking about. So, the questions that from Xavier were, what are we concerned about? What are we hopeful about? What am I excited about? And I will say I moved to this area in 1996, coming out of college, which I recognize dates me, but that's okay. And the gray hair does too. So, and lived in Northern Virginia and was working for a consulting firm and did drive around a lot because what I had to do. So seeing that how this region has changed, right? I go out to Tyson's and I worked out there, and it's a completely different world, and it's amazing to see coming up with that plan that was set up in 2005 and what the county has done, just moving those plans forward. So hats off to you. But as I think about what am I really concerned and hopeful about, I think about the funding, right? The funding challenges that Metro has faced, we're all well versed in that. But to Bob's point, everyone is facing this, right? You know that DC has decided to, or is likely to decide to not have circulator operating. There's a lot. We're seeing this in many different ways. I was talking to a friend of mine of the VRE on the walk over. We were talking about similar things, and so I think these are all conversations that we're having on how do we solve that challenge. But I think the key thing is we miss the why. Like, why are we running transit, right? And I know, probably talking to the wrong room here because I think all of us ride transit just for fun, but that's not the norm. And so I would say that we're missing the why, and that we just need to be connecting people to places, right? It's the economic development, it's tourism, it's why people get up and they need to go to the grocery store and they need to go see their parents. And, all of the trips that people make, I think is really what I want to make sure that we continue to focus on. So much of the time we get down into the weeds, and that's, as transit planners, as transit professionals, that's what we're paid to do. But talking to elected officials, talking to people who don't do this every day, the why is really what's important, right? It's connecting people and places, and really giving that access to opportunity. So I am excited about the DMV Moves initiative, and I think where we are, I think people are tired of talking about funding. I know I am. So that's why I'm going to remain hopeful that the glass is half full on that one. Second thing I'm excited about is that frequent all-day service. So back in 2021, coming out of the pandemic, we looked around, we recognized the work from home challenge, and so we took a lot of those service hours and drove it into that all-day, all-week service. And so and a lot of people ask about that return on the investment, and we're seeing bus lines that are in that 12 minutes or better frequency have seen a 25% increase in ridership compared to system-wide at 1%, right? So when we put the frequency out, assuming it's in the times of day and in the places that people really are traveling, we see that return. And I think that's really kind of keeping that in mind as the network redesign rolls out. That's what we're really, we put that marker down 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. And we're pushing that forward going forward. Two other thoughts. And I know Raka and Lee and Jason were talking about this before lunch, but that higher visibility of bus. When I first started working at Metro 13 years ago, it was very rail focused and very much about the railroad and and even going out to meetings. That's what people wanted to talk about. But I love that people are super engaged in the bus, and want to be making that better. So where we're seeing that opportunity, throwing down some red paint. I know it is challenging and it is oftentimes politically fraught. But where we can make those improvements, we've invested in the roads as they are, but we're not moving as people as much as we could. If we could get some of those red bus lanes with automated camera enforcement would be amazing. And then finally, that integration across operators. And I think others have alluded to it, but there's a lot of opportunity that we see coming from private sector, bringing in those opportunities and how we really push things forward as a region, right? Having us have one program where I see Lynn in the back, Art having another one, with Dash having a third, that makes it cumbersome for the customer. And frankly, if we aren't able to serve the customer, then we're not doing the why, which is kind of coming at full circle as to what I was saying before. But I think really kind of thinking through things as a region is really, really impactful and where we can go forward. So, thank you.
It was turned off. All right, fair enough. Okay, so as I started this presentation, this panel, there's a time element to both today's event as well as this session. So I'm going to continue that theme with my questions, start with a little bit reflecting on the past before we consider looking forward. So to begin, as I noted earlier, transit in Northern Virginia today is relatively young, with all the transit systems operating today starting operations less than 60 years ago. So MVTC is older than every transit system in Northern Virginia. What do you all consider some of the biggest game changers in the development of transit in Virginia in general, if you would like, or Northern Virginia more specifically? And you can answer in any order you'd like.
I can start. Don't worry, I'm not going to take your ideas because I specifically picked the unsung heroes of transit to talk about. So not the BRTs and the metro stations, but sort of the supporting cast. And I wanted to talk a little bit about some of our first mile, last mile options that exist in Northern Virginia, starting with a blast from the past, car share, which was one of the things that I was asked to do when I first got to this region in 2000, was to implement it for Metro. And everybody thought it was the stupidest idea, so let's give it to the new person and let them deal with it. But really, I think it is one of the keys to making a car for your car light lifestyle possible because, as we all know, you can't go buy groceries for a week for a family of 4 on transit. It's probably not viable. So there are times when you do need a car. So providing that was a way that people could actually make more use of transit. The other big one, I think, is bike share and, of course, bike lanes, because that obviously expands the reach of transit and makes it so that people can use all those high-frequency transit routes that we're building all over the place. Is that most people don't live right on those main corridors, so how do they get there in a way that's reliable? And so I think bike share and car share are some of the unsung heroes, and I think a future entrant to this group is going to be microtransit, which I know is just really getting started around the region. But I think if you had this panel in 5 years, I would have mentioned that as well. And besides the unsung heroes, I did just want to also make a nod to the conveners of the collaboration that we talked about. So NVTC being one of them. I think Raka mentioned something about Montgomery, and Jason also talking about some improvements that Montgomery County has been making lately. But really, when I first came to the region in 2000, Maryland was seen as the stronger supporter of transit. Within a few years, Virginia eclipsed what Maryland was doing. And I think it was in large part because of these conveners like NVTC and VTA, which came a little while later. So I think that those really have been game changers in this part of the region because, like I said, now Maryland is sort of creeping up behind, but for a long time, it's been Virginia that's really had a lot of improvements in transit, and I think a lot of it is because of the collaboration opportunities that have been afforded by these regional groups here on this side of the river.
All right, so on that question, right, some of the biggest game changers, I will say Silver Line, right, and I already talked about that, and I think I still really can't get over the transition in Tyson's. Like, it is really amazing, and I think that just goes to show I am a planner at heart. Like, setting that plan, moving it forward, working that whole system, and it's painful, I know. Like, we've all been there, right? And then all of a sudden you're out there and you see just how much change and how much that vision becoming a reality is really impactful. I will say I moved here from New York in 2011, and I remember going out to the bus stop, and it was the next bus that could tell me on the screen when the next bus was coming, and I was like, this is life-changing, right? Like, to have that information, at the time it wasn't that, like, reliable. We're working on it, and we've made huge strides. But that having that information, because I would stand there on the street corner in New York, and obviously, you know, it is a grid system, so you could just look up and, you know, see it coming. But knowing when it was coming, having that confidence that it was going to show up, I think is just absolutely the most impactful thing that from a customer, you know, it's cold, it's raining, can I run into the CVS and, like, pick up something? You know, like, having that opportunity, I think that's a huge game changer. And then honestly, we should be giving ourselves a pat on the back. Smart Trip in the late 90s was a massive, massive leap forward in paying for transit. And I'm still somewhat amazed. Sometimes I get questions like, oh, does it work on all the bus systems? Like, yes, it does. We did that, like, a long time ago. But like, that was, like, you look at San Francisco, they haven't gotten there yet, and it's 2024. So, like, that move in the late 90s was a huge, huge win, and I think we should still be giving ourselves a thumbs up for that.
Actually, oh. Hello? Oh, no, there is going. I struggled a little bit with this because I also wanted to talk a little bit about the conversation in terms of game changers and the conversation of fare, about whether you charge fares or fare free, and being able to explore how that's had impacts on your service. The other thing I think is just a larger conversation about technology. And so we talk about microtransit, but let's roll back even to, you know, thinking about just real-time information systems. So dynamic message boards, thinking about the express lanes, even kind of those improvements have made some changes in terms of how we think about the relationship between our surface transportation system and transit. I think that in my future, when I think about also with game changers, the long-term question about mobile fare payment is still going to be out there for me. I know that there's always been this conversation internally, and even when Xavier was with us at DRPT, about what if we could just have one app, one ticket to ride? And that was always the idea. But I think besides what's already been mentioned, I think just the larger conversation of just technology and just thinking through about how that has enabled our ability to change how we think about solutions. It's definitely been a benefit.
I appreciate all those answers. So I think in the general public, transit gets a lot of criticism, a lot of comments about things can be done better. But being on the transit side, I get to see a lot of the really cool things that transit agencies are doing. So I think it's nice to stop and pause and focus on some of the things transit does better. And so my question is, what do transit agencies do better today than they did 20 or even 10 years ago? Let's focus on some of the positives.
All right. And Laura, you touched on this, but I think the cooperation and collaboration, the thing I love about transit is it's not competitive, right? Like you can reach out and be like, hey, in fact, Andrew and I text all the time on our subsidy allocation model. And like, what are you thinking? What do you think? And like, it's a collaborative environment. And I think that goes that I probably shouldn't have just announced that, but we're keeping it in the room. Anyway, but like we talk about these things, and I think it's like having those open lines of communication, I think is really, really valuable. God, am I gonna get fired? Anyway, here we are. So that's where I think that like that's the benefit, right? Like being open, being collaborative, and wanting to move forward. Because I think in we didn't get into this because it was like the most lucrative choice in the world, right? Like we didn't get into we got into this because we love transit. Like we love cities, we love transit. We want to make it better. And so I think knowing that most people kind of show up with that every day brings that collaborative, cooperative nature to pass. So.
I love how you keep joking about how you're getting fired. I know. We can clip that out from the recording before there. Actually, I wanted to talk a little bit about data. I feel like transit agencies have been, at least in my reflection from the state level, have been a great example of how you can be able to pool together your resources and use data, whether it's visualization through analysis, to really think about planning in a broader context. As you heard with my introduction, I come from an MPO background, so I'm very much used to a regional lens. But to have to convene different partners with different interests and then put that data together was always a challenge. And I think transit has always been this natural connection point to be able to agree that transit isn't constrained by boundaries and that data in transit has such an important component. I mean, outside of NTD reporting, outside of talking about ridership and costs for revenue, hour, and mile, those things are, of course, important. I mean, important to report to us too, but I think that it helps illustrate a larger connection about how transit, and back to your point about collaborating and convening, there is a human element that I've always been drawn to when it comes to transit. And I think that before it used to be so much anecdotal, where people said, well, people think that transit needs to be somewhere because there are people who have no access to jobs. But over the years, transit agencies, to me, have been able to make the business case and use data in order to really be a resource and be able to convene that conversation about why we need to invest in it, not only from just like DRPT or like FTA funding, but other types of funding. And I've worked so much over the last few years to encourage to expand our mindset about how transit plays through. So I definitely think it's a little bit of a pivot, but I say that data, and especially the work that MVTC does, they didn't pay me to say this, but a lot of the mapping and the work that you all have done, at least in the Northern Virginia region, has been a benefit for us at DRPT to rethink how we can be a better source for a data clearinghouse.
Well, Tiffany, I had two things I was going to share, and one of them was data, so you covered it. But one thing I will add to what you talked about is the agencies being able to better use their data to make more proactive decisions. So, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, really the only option was to do a major TDP where you spent tons of time evaluating all of the information to make determinations about how you might want to change your routes. And of course, that still happens, but agencies can be looking more frequently at their operational data to make changes more proactively and more frequently, as opposed to waiting for those big overall review cycle. So I think that's been helpful. The one other thing I wanted to hit on in terms of what agencies are doing better today, and frankly, I think the world is doing better today, but we're not there yet, is looking at equity. Back when I started, and probably up until about probably 5 years ago, people were always talking about, let's design transit to help to try to attract the choice riders. And by the way, the people who don't have a choice, it'll be better for them too. But that's not really how we're talking about it anymore, right? I think now we're talking about making transit better and looking at those marginalized populations as our core market, not somebody who will get the side benefit, but that is who we're focused on, and a lot of agencies are doing that now, and that was, I think Raka mentioned it also in her talk about who Metro Bus's riders are, and I think most transit agencies now are looking at equity not as a box check, but as something that's really a core part of what they're doing. So I think that through planning services and also through making sure there's better engagement of those populations is all something that agencies are doing better. It's not perfect, but nothing is. It's all a work in progress. So looking forward to seeing that get even better over the next few years.
I love all those answers. Tiffany, I especially appreciate giving my work, especially a plug. I'll give you a little bit of payment for that later. Okay, so looking a little bit more forward, the way people get around the region has changed a lot over the last 5 years. How should transit agencies adapt to shifting consumer preferences, especially considering things like telework?
So I would love everyone to, I almost want to have everyone stand up and say, transit is not just for work trips. Because I think what's really fascinating is people, somehow it's like transit's only for work and we're just going to talk about it for work. And people are working from home. Though there are plenty of jobs in this region, over 50%, that are not work from home jobs, right? And so really thinking about transit as getting to all the places that people want to go and how we build it to address those needs. And I see a lot of nodding heads, but I also recognize we're preaching to the choir in here. So as much as we do when we're out talking to business leaders, talking to elected officials, different stakeholders who likely aren't taking transit for those other trips, I think it's how we talk about it as going back to my earlier comment of the why, but just 80% of trips that people take are not for work. And those business leaders, those elected officials are no different from any of us. So I think putting it in those terms, I think is usually an aha moment for a lot of people, that it's really that all day, all week trip or service that if we put out there, people are able to use when and where they need to go. And I think that's really how we get around the consumer preferences.
I'll go next because I have almost the exact same talking points, Allison. We're on the same page. For sure, that's a big part of it. And I believe that the numbers are showing us that the number of trips that are being taken in this region are no lower than before. They're just different. And I think what a lot of transit agencies are doing, and Allison talked about WMATA doing it, and I know a lot of the other local services in the region are doing, are focusing more of their service on the midday and on the weekends to provide that access for people who maybe not taking for work anymore, but do have a lot of other needs. And by the way, those people that do have to go to the office or go to the hospital or go to the store, they were never on a 9-to-5 schedule to begin with. So by spreading it out, it actually gives them much better service. And a byproduct of that is it also helps with operator attraction and retention, because the less peaky the day is, the more operators you can give an 8-9 hour day, as opposed to driving for 4 hours, sitting around a break room, playing pool, and then driving for another 4 hours. Then you're away from your family for 12 or 13 hours. It's a really hard job. It's one of the main reasons why it's hard to retain and attract bus operators. So it helps the passengers, and it also helps the workers. And one other thing I wanted to mention was, again, transportation demand management. That has traditionally been focused on the commute trip as well. And frankly, that's an easier nut to crack than the other trips, because for For the TDM organizations, they're going out, they're trying to teach employers and commuters how do they get to work. And you teach them once, and until they change jobs or move houses, now they know how to do it. But teaching people how to get the information and to make decisions about lots of different trips. You know, one day you're going to visit this friend here, another day you're going to visit a different friend, you're going to a restaurant, you're going to a different store. That's the harder part. And I think it's important that transit and TDM organizations work together to start talking about all those other trips and making sure that people know how to get the information so that they can get around unsustainable modes, not just for their work trip.
I don't have the same talking points as you two. When I thought about this question a little bit, I thought a little bit more about how transit needs to be part of a larger conversation. I mean, I know we're focused a lot about where our services are, about maximizing our resources. I always encourage our agencies to think about changing the way they perceive how they've operated. So it's no longer that you only do like fixed route or you do demand response, but think about where technology and other models, not only here in Virginia, but across the country, whatever we're seeing across the pond over in Europe, thinking about those other options. But I also encourage transit agencies to think about being involved in conversations that they aren't typically involved in. So as a planner, we always try to remind people that transportation is not isolated. It's also related to economic development. It's related to land use. It's related to all those kind of other core tenets of planning. But rarely have I ever seen us be invited to the table at all these different projects. So I know we talked about VDOT, and is there anyone from VDOT here before I say anything else? Yes. I see Peter, and I'll be polite then. I will say that in my years as working here in Virginia, it has been an incremental effort to remind our partners, not only of VDOT, but other modal agencies at localities to really bring transit in the conversation in the beginning. And I think that we've made a lot of strides over the last 5-10 years, whether it's through comp plans, required TDPs or transit strategic plans that we have at DRPT, to really start thinking about planning from the get-go. I feel like transit has been forced to be reactionary to decisions that have been outside of their control or input. So, I look at, for example, Tyson's, and whenever I come and visit, I just think of the growth that has happened. I can't even imagine what number are we at Tyson's now. Is it like 3, 4 in terms of locations? But I am curious in terms of where we see in the rest of the state, whether it's in Richmond, whether in Hampton Roads. It has not always been the case to invite transit providers who are then relied or have the burden of bringing people to some of these activity centers after they've been there. So I think over the next 5 years, as we also think about how we can start thinking about incorporating technology, being responsive, I know that most of our riders these days are also thinking that they want to have the same level of luxury service that you can get from a TNC. And I haven't said TNC in years. But that was something when I came up here, I think it was like 3 or 4 years ago, I reached out to a number of you all to work on an initiative that was our statewide integrated mobility plan. And that effort was really looking at where we were going to see needs in terms of shared mobility, technology, and how we would prioritize the next 3 to 5 years. And one of the big topics was about TNCs and how we were feeling there was a competition between public transit and being able to compete with Ubers and Lyfts. And now look at where we are with microtransit and how we are providing that same kind of level of quality service, but at our level and not really limiting it to your point about choice riders, about people who can afford it. So I rambled a little bit, but I think that over the next 3 to 5 years, I think that transit can continue to really start being a partner in conversations about projects that are just outside of the purview of where transit service is.
So I'm going to only ask 2 more questions because I want to save time for the audience, but also respect people's desires to leave when originally scheduled. So my second last question is, what do you all see as the future of transit in Northern Virginia, both realistically and idealistically?
I'm not going first.
All right, I'll go first. I mean, what I see as the future is actually what the last panel was talking about as bus priority. It's not yet ubiquitous, but there's been some headway, pun intended. And as you know, as Raka talked about, you know, there has been a lot done in the last 10 years. There's not been a lot opened. So I really do think that that's the future. Everything from just TSP along the corridor, which we know is happening on a bunch of corridors throughout Northern Virginia, but actually true BRT like we have on Metro Way and what's coming for West End Transitway, Duke Street, Richmond Highway. So I see that as the future. That's realistic. Idealistic is really just a hope that everyone, not just those of us Kool-Aid drinkers in the room, can see what great service we have in this region and what great opportunities there are to get around by other modes. And certainly not for every trip. We're never going to change this. But I always think back to, this is just between us in this room. I grew up on Long Island, New York. I try not to admit that, but I did. And there literally is no other way to get around besides driving. You can bike and put your life in your hands because there are no facilities. There are no buses, not everywhere, but the part that I grew up in. And so when I came down here and saw all the options that there are, and of course there's a lot more today than when I first got here, to me it's unfathomable that so many people never consider any other option. So idealistically, everybody besides us is, not for every trip, but is taking advantage of all the options we have to get around.
So Laura and I kind of have the same answer. Maybe I should have gone first, but yes, we've been working together for a long time. Now, absolutely bus lanes. I was talking to Jim Hamry, my former colleague, just over lunch, and we were talking about, you know, when the Silver Line, earlier studies in the 80s, probably in the 70s, right? Like that's how long it takes to build rail in this country. It is not something I think a lot of us would like to see faster, but I think reality is if we want people on transit, we've got to make buses more reliable and more frequent and faster, and that is red bus lanes, right? Like, I want to see good BRT like every other good transit planner out there, but we need to be more intentional about the space that we do have and dedicating that for buses. I would say the other thing is really breaking down the barriers between all the bus systems, right? We make it hard for people to take transit. There's a green bus, a red bus, a blue bus, a white bus. Like, I need to go to 4 different websites to find the map that has what I want. Like, we make it hard. And I think am I optimistic about that one? That's the vision I have, is that we commit to breaking down those silos amongst the different transit providers and like making it as easy to make the transit the choice for every trip that you can, because we aren't doing that now.
I think if I close my eyes and I think idealistically about where I see Northern Virginia, I would never have to drive up 95. That I could
Fair enough.
As someone who, like I said, I have an outside point of view, but like the idea of being able to just go up on Amtrak, get off on Union Station, and to be able to make my decision to go anywhere in the region, that is the idealistic point of view. And we're getting there. I would say I definitely think that we're getting there. It is an importance on first mile, last mile connection as well, and in reliability, as we've been talking about. I think realistically, I think that what we're going to see in the future is just continued growth and collaboration. I think that you all are doing a great job, not only here within the region, but also I've seen an increase about kind of sharing your experiences outside of the region, which has been great from us at DRPT, because I think that a lot of the lessons learned that you all are having are being able to be kind of absorbed and then improved on for a lot of the other areas of the state. A great example for me is just thinking about Southwest Virginia and how there's such a heightened growth that they're experiencing. And it's been great to be able to call on some of my partners and ask them about, you know, what's your experience going on about electric vehicles, or even just about experimenting with microtransit. So I think realistically, over the next few years, you're going to just continue to grow and be able to be a stronger force within the region, but also to be a partner among, you know, within the Commonwealth. So I think that's it. But idealistically, I would still love to not ever have to drive up 95.
As someone who lives down 95, that would be amazing. And Alison, I really also appreciate how you keep pushing buses, because while I love all transit, I have a soft spot for buses. I mean, as my socks kind of indicate. So my final question before I finally open it up to the audience, this is going to be a really short answer for you all. What are you optimistic about for the future of transit region? Just in a few words, what are you optimistic about for transit in this region?
I can start. It's another soft answer, and kind of a little cheesy, but I'm really hopeful about the future workforce. I think we have a really very talented young population who's interested and passionate and smart about transit. I'm one of those of my own colleagues in that I would consider that demographic in the audience, Finn, who really, when Raka called out me for BBNR, she shouldn't have. It was really Finn and some of the rest of my team. I mean, they are so dedicated and so great, and just not only Finn, who has some years of experience, but the newer folks that we're seeing right out of college and right out of grad school. I feel really hopeful that over the next, I don't know, we've got a range of ages in the room, but I feel very hopeful that this region's going to go places with the new people that are joining the workforce in transit. So that's what I'm optimistic about.
So I don't think anyone's going to be surprised that I'm going to say I am optimistic that after 50 years, we are going to figure out a path to fund transit, to fund and deliver transit in a way that is world-class, that gets us where we want to go, and it's done collaboratively, because we desperately need to. So that's what I'm hanging my hat on that one. Please don't disappoint me.
I think that from my perspective, I'm still optimistic about the continued support, especially from our local governments all the way up to our administration. I think some people may argue a little bit about that, but to me, I don't think that if you asked me when I entered into DRPT 7 years ago, that I would be able to say we are able to accomplish so much with what we're doing. We have been very much clever in terms of how we've been able to change the message and the dialogue that can bridge gaps. But I do think that I'm optimistic about the continued support that we're going to see across the whole state. I don't know the conversations here as much in Northern Virginia, but there are so many new localities and towns that are interested in just exploring transit, which is something that has not always been the case. I think that the support, the removal of the stigma that has also been prevalent in other parts of the state, it's amazing to kind of see the increased support and growth and interest in transit. So I'm optimistic about seeing that moving forward.
All great answers. So we don't have a lot of time left, so I'm happy to see any questions from the general audience. Microphones at the front here, handled by Andrew.
Gauntlet here. All right. Got to be serious about asking a question. Stuart Schwartz, Coalition for Smarter Growth. Just 6 years to address climate change. Transit and land use have got to work together. How often, how do you see it working together, transit and land use, and how often do you bring it up with the officials that you're advising on new transit investments? What do you say to them?
I'll take this one too. So, I mean, essentially land use is a transportation strategy, right? Like if you look at the difference in NOMA, this will be my third time talking about Tyson's, but those changes, like it doesn't, and frankly, those are almost scarier to people because a lot of people are like, I don't want to live in an apartment, right? I don't want to live in a 15-story apartment building. So let's go up. I live in the district, but let's go up 14th Street. Let's look at Shirlington. Like places that have a lot of different housing and different land uses around. It makes it walkable. It makes it bikeable. It makes it it makes you want to take transit. So I think we do a lot of field trips, right? Taking people elected officials, other stakeholders out and like having them experience, because like frankly, to someone's point, a lot of people are just choosing to drive, and because that's usually the easiest thing that they think of. So like having that experience and really trying to bring those together. I will say I sometimes, I see myself sometimes not talking about land use because I feel like that's a way for people to be like, oh, it's going to take too long to get there. And, you know, sometimes like deviating from actually getting action done. So I try to balance that with like just showing a lot of examples of what it could be and really kind of talking through.
Yeah, Stuart, I wish I had a good answer for you, but I think that this is one place that maybe the industry doesn't do such a good job. I think it happens sometimes, and I think the challenge is, of course, more suburban, right? Like in DC, everything is pretty much, you know, built up, and so when you're talking about more transit, there's certainly more that can be done, but I think the bigger challenge is in the suburban areas where you have people who've been living there, and I live in a suburb, Rockville, Maryland, who, you know, are used to having the single family homes and are not really understanding the value of the denser areas and the value of bike lanes and the value of transit. It's tougher, and I think that, at least in my experience, I think that transit planners on the consulting side and on the agency side could do a better job of incorporating conversations with the people who make the land use and development decisions along with the transportation planning. So I think that's a good reminder.
I feel like you threw down like a glove in competition for this as a gauntlet. You also mentioned climate change a little bit in terms of your conversation. So I fixated a little bit on that because I think in transit, there's always been this automatic association that transit helps address with air quality conformity analysis and emissions. And really only within the last few years, you've seen actual funding choices and investments that support it. I mean, outside of CMAQ funding, that's usually been the only source. And now we're seeing, you know, climate, I always mess these up. So there's carbon reduction program, there's the climate pollution reduction grant funding. Those are some of the options that are out there because they're now seeing that there's some direct ties to not only just the reduction of emissions, but just quality of life, especially for when you think about transit. Those are the type of ways I always have to think about from a funding angle, I think, depending on my audience. But when you're encouraging people to think about that in terms of transit and land use or transit and environmental quality, it always helps to start to say that we're seeing funding support, there's funding support at the state and federal level, and let's try to have this conversation to build on that support while we have it.
Hello, Joanne Kim, assistant professor at the Virginia Tech. Thanks for sharing all the insightful comments on this transit in the future. I'm wondering what the panelists think about the impact of the new technologies such as urban air mobility or autonomous vehicle. Would that be the opportunities or threats to transit? I understand nobody knows about that, but just want to hear about our panelists' view on that emerging technologies. Thank you.
Let me go first. Talking about autonomous vehicles, I can't say that. Well, let's say low speed automated vehicles. Let's not talk just autonomous level 4, level 5. I think that there was an interest back in like 2017 up to like 2020. There was this big urge of looking at it, smart cities, grants, everything, and then there was just this ripple effect of the what ifs of now these low-speed automated shuttles being out there in the mixed fleet. You know, the liability, the insurance, then everyone heard about what happened with the one shuttle and the passenger who got throttled that forced then seat belts, and then passengers had to have a safety attendant, all of these discussions. I don't know if I ever see autonomous shuttles as a threat. I just don't know if people have really thought through about how to best use them still, and there's still a need for testing that. I know that after we did the relay shuttle, that there was just a concerted effort of sharing about the desired situations or kind of like use cases for it. That people were thinking that these autonomous shuttles could run the same as a circulator, which wasn't the case. I mean, I don't know how many times I got emails saying that I could run faster than that relay shuttle because it was running 3 miles per hour during the Mosaic district. I can say this now. So all I can say is that I never want transit to look at technology solutions or options out there as kind of being adversarial or as a threat. I think that transit has always been a great avenue to test some of those concepts ahead of whether it would be on the truck level or single occupancy vehicle level. It's just that really, when you think about the industry, it's not a high priority because you have such a strain on your existing staff time and resources that it's hard to convince your elected officials or stakeholders to invest in testing technology, understanding there's such a big risk component to it. So again, I would support another shuttle project as long as it's well thought through, but I don't know. I think there's still a lot to be tested to see where it is in terms of the transit industry.
I would say some of those technologies I would love. So some of the earlier technologies of automation in the yard, right, or at our bus divisions allows you to park faster, tighter. All of those would be benefits, I think, and we are looking into some of those, and I know other transit properties are as well. I will say I think of it as the threat more, and you actually mentioned the transportation network companies of yore, and what I see as the threat is the venture capital that is poured into those ideas at the expense of transit. And that, to me, is where I think from a policy perspective, we were caught. I can't say how we were caught in probably 10 years ago, but there were not policies. It was like, oh yeah, come on in, like feel free, or like run rampant, don't provide any data, like yeah, do whatever you want. And we created the Uber Lyft conundrum and set the expectation that people could, like, on a phone show up and 2 minutes later a car is going to show up. Well, why was that? It was because venture capital was blowing billions of dollars pouring into those companies and not supporting cities, not supporting transit, all for their bottom line. And I think that to me is the threat. That's the existential threat to cities and transit overall, and whether that shows up in an autonomous vehicle coming up or something else that I haven't thought of. That, to me, that's my concern, is that we are not up to go up against all of that money and all the venture capital that'll go into it.
Yeah, I agree with both what you both said, and I the only thing I think I can add is, when I think about automated vehicles, I tend not to think about transit vehicles. I do think there's a lot of ways that automation can help, so collision avoidance and the parking that you mentioned, Allison. But I do think that automated vehicles are more likely on the personal vehicle side, and I do wonder sometimes, at some point, I don't know when those are more, they don't exist really, but when they start to exist and they're more ubiquitous. One of the things that adds to your time when you're traveling by car, especially when you're going into an urban area, is the time to find parking. So thinking forward to maybe 20 years from now, if automated vehicles is sort of the norm, and the vehicle, you can get out of the vehicle at your office and let the vehicle go park itself, that shaves probably 20 minutes off of your trip. And does that change your calculus in terms of what mode you decide to use? But I don't think that we should spend our time worrying about that. I think the better use of our time as transportation planners is to spend our time and energy and the funds that are available to improve the systems that we have, the fixed route systems, additional microtransit, bicycle infrastructure, and so forth, so that even when that comes to pass, it will not be as big of a game changer as it could be. So I think that's how we avoid those future problems.
I'm going to end it there. Thank you very much. As a transit nerd myself, I've thoroughly enjoyed this conversation, and I am honestly proud and honored to share both this stage and this industry with all of you. So let's give everyone a round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone.
And so I have to add in there, Allison, when you were talking about the Silver Line and buses, NVTC ran the first public hearings on transit to Dulles Airport in 1966. Just a little fun fact in there. So in fact, they have been looking for transit options out to Dulles since the basically NVTC was formed. So, so I get, as soon as these lovely, I love this is great. I do have the honor of introducing our last platinum sponsor. Well, we're always welcome to take more, by the way. I'll just say that much. But anyway, which is Metro. And obviously, you've seen Metro's presence in almost every conversation we've had, including many of our speakers out here. So I'm really excited to have Regina Sullivan up here on Metro to share a couple of remarks.
Thanks, everybody. I'm Regina Sullivan. I'm Senior Vice President of Government Relations at WMATA. As everybody else has said, it's so much fun to see people, a lot of people I haven't seen in a long time, so really enjoyed that. I'm the only thing standing between Kate saying goodbye and your weekend, so I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to make two thank yous because I think everyone in this room knows how essential NVTC is to WMATA. One is to the commissioners who, excuse me, serve on the board at NVTC, and particularly to the commissioners who also do double duty and serve on are appointed to the WMATA board. Their work that they do off hours and over, I don't know when they get it all done, but it's just amazing. I do have Kanik Aguirre, who's our alternate, one of our alternates here. I want to applaud him, so thank you, Kanik, and to all your colleagues over the years that have done that. And the second is obviously to Kate and her amazing team, to Andrew and to Alan and to the whole team and Scott at NVTC, who they are family to us at Metro, particularly with the government relations and planning team, as you can tell. We talk to them every day about everything we do, funding, planning, help us solve political problems. They're just great. So I really, really appreciate the collaboration. And we are looking forward to working with them, as Allison Davis alluded to, on the DMV moves, which is not Metro's, it's a regional effort. And Kate is obviously a critical part of that, and the elected officials in Northern Virginia, to help us all as a region realize the potential we have, not just from the transit perspective, but from the economic development perspective and all the other wonderful opportunities we have here as a region. Thanks. Have a great weekend.
This is even a worse spot because this is a spot where, like, I want to get out of here. So I promise you, I really am going to keep just three things. But the very most important thing, and they're going to hate me for it, I would really like the NVTC staff to stand up. I know some of them are already standing up in the back. Okay, so stand up, Coley. Okay. All right. So we have never run, go ahead and sit down. We have never run a conference like this. At least I don't know. I've been for 10 years. And so, and I think many of you guys know we do a legislative forum every year, which is fantastic. And I mean, everybody rallied to put this together. And I don't know about you, but this has been kind of cool, right? In particular, Genevieva, I'm going to have to do a shout out. She's the super organized, the one that I know our speakers saw, like, she was like, had every checklist, organized us all. But anyway, a huge thank you to the team, because this was really awesome. If you like more of this, if you like less of this, find an NVTC person, let's talk about it. It would involve money, though, if we do it again. Okay, so that's one thing. The second thing, I would love to come up with brilliant words of wisdom as a wrap up. But, and so, the whole thing about collaboration, vision, coming together, I really, truly, and I think, I know so many of you in the room know that is really the heart and the essence of what we do. I remember, I think it was Tom, the first panel, talking about, our role is to provide the best information so the decision makers can make that. And I think that is core to everything we do. And so our ability to have those relationships, to collaborate, to provide the best analysis, to storytell, is really all about how we can make sure that good information is out there so that when decisions are made, they're informed, right? And I think we all have a shared vision for that. So the other thing I just have to put up there, and I think it was Raka that you said it, the tactical pop-up solutions, like, I seriously think I'm going to coin that phrase for other things, so warning people. Tactical pop-up solutions, because there's a lot of things that we can do now that don't involve billions and billions of dollars. So I think that's a really neat opportunity where we can be making incredible improvements while we look to the gold prize. So those are sort of the big things. And finally, sort of the marching orders. On On the very practical level, we have lunches left over, and y'all are welcome to take any of them home. We have fantastic vendors who've got things out. I know some of them are packing things away, but included in that, selfish plug. A lot of great work that we've done at NVTC. We've heard a lot about that today because, again, the team are awesome. We have some great materials back there, and we have a fantastic website, novatransit.org. Lots of our great research on there. We have really cool interactive story maps and maps you can dive into and all that kind of stuff. So please check it out. Finally, of course, I want to thank George Mason University and Sodexo for the facilities, for the AV, for the food, all that good stuff. It's actually we've been here a couple times. They seem to be doing good things for us. So again, thank you all to coming. This is it's not my birthday, but maybe it could be like a birthday. I mean, it is like a 6-month birthday. Anyway, but anyway, thank you so much, and I hope you guys have a safe transit heavy ride home. And we look forward to seeing you at future events.